Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. I hope my voice is coming good and clear. Please let me know if you can hear me. Am I heard? We have a problem yesterday with the sound, and actually I was working in it until now, since yesterday. And as you see, I had to reset everything, the layout, I even had to reformat my computer. However, even after formatting, still the audio from the speakers are not coming. So it looked like this is the OBS program, which is for free to do the encoding. It wasn't the computer. What you can do. Anyway, peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends. And today our topic is who is Allah, what he is made from. And because of the issue actually we had, I'm not going to be able to take calls because I cannot link any sound from my computer. I need to find a solution for this. And actually, I'm thinking to use what people use, like, those StreamYard programs, etc., where people, they can just join us live without calling in Skype. And by the way, I'm not going to use the Skype no more, the account you have. Don't use it. Don't text me there. It's not for use no more. All right? I hope I informed you. And actually, I made a new account. And the reason I did, because the old account, when I open it, I have like a 10,000 text, and I don't know how many thousand people they are in my Skype, and I don't know them actually. So if I need to use a Skype, I have an account, but I'm not going to post for now because I don't want to go and face the same problem with the Skype, which people keep texting me, asking me to add them. I do not know who they are. We keep asking people, if you are not a Muslim, don't text me, but they keep doing that. So, we will find a better way to communicate, and we will go from there. So take a note that that Skype is not active. If you receive a text from somebody who call himself Arabian Prophet or Christian Prince, this is not me, right? Unless you hear my voice there speaking to you, calling you by name. But I will not log in anymore. Anyway, no, this Skype is really annoying because it is non-stop receiving messages. Hello, how are you? Are you Christian Prince? Are you the real Christian Prince? Is that the true account of Christian Prince? I mean, endless, every time you open it. I tried to use this Discord, but I did not know how to use it. It felt like a bathroom, because in this Discord, you call it Discord, everybody speaking at the same time. And I don't want a bathroom, I want people we can choose who want to talk, and we know who's talking. My volume is a little low. Okay, hold on. Is it? Let us see. Okay, what about now? Is it better now? Don't tell me it's not good now. It's good, right? Anyone have a difficulty with my voice? Well, you see the problem with the StreamYard? That I cannot zoom good in text. Those programs, you have to sacrifice something. Like you see now, when I decide to show you, a text on the screen, like this. Do you see how clear it is? The reason, because I am zooming in. In those programs, they will show you the whole page. So imagine you want to read this like this, or even more actually, because it's going to go all the way to the page, to the whole page. You know what I mean? So the text will be smaller and smaller and really horrible. But look like we have, I'm trying to resist because I'm using a program actually. This program I'm using is used for TV studio, literally for a TV, which means you can run a TV station with this program. And I paid good money for it. However, this program will not work with the new update for the software. Just to make you pay, So I paid for it, I paid for the license, but now they don't have the same program work today. They have a subscription, which is a lot of money, really a lot of money. But we will see, if we have to use those programs, we will use them, what we can do. Now we go to our topic, and if there is any Muslim would like to join us in the conversation, feel free. Who is Allah and what Allah is made of? If we remember in the hadith, and we played many times, like hundreds of times, videos where the Muslim is speaking about Allah. He have foot, he have hands, he have two hands, he have shin, you name it. The Muslims, they have their own way to look at their God, but at the same time, they don't dare even to look at their God. So if you ask a Muslim, and actually, especially if they are in a debate, Muslim, they play like kids, the bully. So he tried to bully you in order to avoid the question, which is an embarrassment. So you say to him, your God have body parts. He say to you what? He say, remember maybe hijab? He said to David Wood, who said so? So who said so? Your prophet says so. Your Quran says so. Your hadith says so. Your books say so. So the Muslim, they try always to get away with those questions because obviously they cause an embarrassment and a big question mark about their God. Many naive people do not know that the God of Islam is not even a spirit. You will see a stupid priest, and I call them stupid. They say to you, or they might say to you, that Islam is an Abrahamic religion, correct? Islam is an Abrahamic religion. And even now they have like agreement, peace agreement, the Abrahamic peace agreement. But the fact is, Islam had nothing to do with Abraham. For a very simple reason, the God of Abraham is a spirit. The God of Muhammad, he is not a spirit, and he has no spirit. So how we can have the same God, yet we don't have the same nature of God? And now we are not talking about hands and foot, we are talking about spirit, So many naive people who do not know what Islam is, they think the God of Islam is a spirit, and he is not like the Christian God. He came to us as a man, and some of them, they will say to you, hey, that doesn't make sense. But as you see, the God of Islam, he is what? If he is not a man, what he is an octopus. He have a foot. Maybe he's a kangaroo. He have hands, and both hands in the right side. He have head, he have shoulders, he have fingers, he have shin, he have a leg. And even Muhammad, he made it clear that his God, aka Allah, there is only one difference between him sorry, I had to cough. Between him, I don't know, when I go live, there is some coffee stuck in my throat. I mean, I was fine all day. The Prophet said that he is afraid that I told you too much about the Antichrist, and I'm afraid that you don't understand. The Antichrist is a short. So he described the Antichrist, and he is afraid that the Muslim, they will think Allah is the Antichrist. And you will notice that the only difference between Allah and the Antichrist is just the eye. So he said to them, after he described the Antichrist, he said to them, if you are confused about him, know that your Lord is not one-eyed. Now think about it. If Allah is not a man anyway, the Antichrist is a man. And as you see, he's short, he, you know, describing a man. So, why I need all this drama if Allah is not a man anyway? I mean, why the Muslim will be confused? You know what I'm saying? Why Muhammad is afraid that the Muslim will be confused about Allah and this man? If he is a man, then there is no way he's Allah, unless Allah is a man. Is that correct? So here you see the contradiction of this cult. From one hand, the Muslims, they say to us, Allah is not a man. On the other hand, their prophet, in his words, in his own statement, he is so worried that they will be confused about a guy. He is the Antichrist, a person, by the way. You see here in translation, they say Antichrist. Muslims don't have Antichrist. Muslims, they believe in the Al-Masih al-Dajjal. Al-Masih al-Dajjal is the false Messiah. Masih al-Dajjal. This is why actually it says here Masih. You know? So he is a person who will come and he will claim to be the Messiah. But by claiming to be the Messiah and he is a man, why the Muslim will think that he is Allah? There is any Muslim can help us? Here you see that Muhammad is a very confused person and he is mentally ill. From in one hand, the Muslim, they give us headache that Allah is not a man, and even they go farther, they say Allah cannot be inside his creation, but we know that this is proven from the Quran to be wrong, proven from the Hadith to be wrong, because if Allah does not go inside his creation, who is the one who created the foot of Allah? How Allah he got his foot? This is the creation of somebody else? Focus with me, please. About we don't want to talk about the crescent moon. We have a topic, so focus with us. Try to think with us. So Allah he have a shin, Allah have a foot, Allah have hands, Allah have 5 fingers, Allah have a face, Allah have eyes. You ask the Muslims how, they will say Allahu A'lam. Allahu A'lam, which means Allah knows best. But this is very weird. I mean, if Allahu A'lam, how Muhammad he knew that the only difference between Allah and the man at Dajjal is one eye? How Muhammad he got such an information? If there is any Muslim, how this information come to exist? If it's from the Quran, show me. If the angel said to Muhammad, that's mean the angel he saw Allah. If Allah told Muhammad, it should be in the Quran. Correct? So here we ask ourselves, Allah he have hands, he have a shin, he have, as you see, is a man. I mean, the difference between him and the false Messiah is just one eye. You should know that your Lord is not one-eyed. So what by that what he confirmed? He confirmed that Allah have more than one eye. He did not say 2 eyes, by the way. He did not say 2 eyes. He said, you should know that your Lord is not one-eyed. But as long Muhammad is afraid that the Muslim will be confused between him and the Antichrist, which is a man, false Christ, who will come and he will announce himself to be Christ, and he will do miracles. He will do miracles. According to Muhammad, he will chop a person with a sword 2 pieces, and then he put him together. As simple as that. He hit the ground, he turned the dirt into gold. So this person, this false Messiah, is a powerful person. He is simply Satan. But he is coming as a man anyway, so he can confuse many people and make them believe that he is the Messiah. And supposedly many people will follow him. So why Muhammad is will, his worry that the Muslim will think that he is Allah. And why he is differentiating by the look, you see. If Allah is not a man, we say Allah is not a man, and that's it. Then whoever man come, nobody will believe him. Very simple. But here Muhammad, he confirmed that the only difference between them is only one eye. And that confirmed again that Allah must be a man. And he is short. And this is exactly the description of Allah actually, because the only difference between them is what? Is the eye. The rest is the same. Allah is short and the rest of the description. And as you see, this is Sahih. This is Sahih. This is not a fiction, the Muslim reject, Muslim accept. This is a very authentic. Then we need to continue and ask more questions. And for sure, the Muslims, they have no idea what to say. No Muslim dare actually even to speak about this topic. They don't dare. They will be killed actually. Once the Muslim, they have Eid. Eid, the occasion for, I think it was the Adha. Anyway, both of them actually Adha, the Ramadan and the one they call it Adha, because both of them, they end with sacrifice and sacrification. But anyway, so one person, he is he is a big cleric. He said that the Quran is created. The Quran is created. Do you know what the caliphate he did with him? They brought him to the mosque, tied up, and then he made a speech. He says, today is Eid, and today our sheep for this Eid is this man. And he took his knife and he cut his head in front of those who they are praying in the mosque, in order to not to make anyone dare again to say what this guy said. This is how evil this cult is. So in order to stop people believing that the Quran is created, we will kill you if you say such a statement. But look what happened by doing that. Now all the Muslims believe that the Quran is not created. Why? Because, from the beginning, anyone who thought about it, kill him. But now we have another problem. As long as the Quran is not created by Allah, that means the Quran exists by itself. That means the Quran is divine. And that means we have two Allah. One, his name is Allah, and the other one, his name is Quran. Do we understand? Now, if we ask the Muslims, the Quran is made of what? They said it is the word of Allah. Actually, they will not even dare to say made of. This will be a problem for them. But what is the Quran? The word of Allah. Okay, is the word of Allah created by Allah? No. So where is the word of Allah coming from? This religion is mentally, it have a mental problem. I have flowers in front of me. Those red, pink flowers? They are small, very beautiful. Let me search the name. I advise you, all of you, to get them. Those they flourish. Sorry, I changed the topic, me myself. But I like those flowers are amazing. Really, that the smell is so good. They call them what? I think they call them mirabilis. Mirabilis. Man, the smell of this thing is really something. They are small, tiny ones. I went out to my yard the other day, and I smell is so good. It's like the Lord is visiting me. And I said, where is this smell coming from? And it was this plant. Let me type the name for you. You better get it. But those plants, they give a smell only when the sun set, or like when the sun is like going, after the sun is gone, almost. Mirabilis. So if you have like a balcony, veranda or something, you can use it. Because I'm talking and I'm smelling this amazing smell. Mirabilis. I don't know what the name is coming from, but because my computer now is a brand new, because I refresh, I install everything is not working. All right, Mirabilis, flower. All right, we found it. This is the flower, in case you want to have it. They are small, tiny, but the smell is amazing. And because, you know, it gives tons of flowers, the smell is really so beautiful. Very, very beautiful. It's like the best perfume ever. Jasmine is nothing compared to it, I assure you, you know. Yeah, so it's called here in Wikipedia, Mirabilis, Jalaba. Mirabilis Jalaba. Some they call it 4 o'clock or something flower, because this is when they start afternoon. They start giving the smell. Are they edible? People, they want to eat anything. I don't know about being eatable or not. You can check online. I don't know. For me, I'm smelling the smell is amazing. I have actually 3 of them, and the smell is so strong. Unbelievable. It's good to take a break from the stupidity of Muhammad. You know, see something beautiful. No. The reason I was coughing, I drank coffee, and the coffee I'm drinking is not. I don't filter the coffee, you know. So sometime like something from the coffee go in my throat and stuck there. Yeah. So anyway, this is a very, very beautiful flower, and good to have it, especially at night, because now they will start giving the smell in the summertime. So if you are sitting in your balcony, you will enjoy really the balcony. And they look beautiful too. What kind of a frequent? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but it's better than jasmine for sure. Jasmine in the Middle East or in Greece, not the one here in USA. In USA, the jasmine here have no smell, almost zero. It is native to Peru. All right. So we go back to our topic. As you see, the nature of Allah is really confusing, and the more you study, the more you search, the more you learn, the more you notice that this God is a total contradiction of what they claim, of what He say, and what they say. As an example, let us go to the Quran, you know, and see what the Muslim they will say to us about certain words. Okay. If we go in the Quran, we will find this is a chapter the Muslim they keep reciting for you. The one they want to prove to you that Allah is one, and Allah does not have children. The first thing we learn from Muslims when we speak to them about their God, they will say to us, Allah is one, right? You see here it says, say He is Allah, the one. The fact it doesn't say that. In Arabic it says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Ahad is one of, is not one. In Arabic, one is wahid. Wahid. Ahad is not one, is one of. And then there is a word after it. It says as-samad. And the Muslim translation is really amazing how the Muslim try to fix this. So look, verse number 2, this is translation of whom? Itani. It is go to the front, it says absolute. It is go to Hilani and Khan. Look at this. Suddenly, as-Samad is all of those. As-Samad is self-sufficient, master of whom all create needs, neither eats nor drink. This is what as-Samad mean. You change the translator. It is go to Khattab. The sustainer needed by all. Everyone is coming to us with different scenario. Totally different. We go to a different person. Maududi, who is in need of none and whom all are in need. This is what some mean. If we go and try to find, if we go to Islamic dictionary, let us try to go to some Arabic dictionary. Or you know what? We can go and see the Muslim interpretation for the verse. That even will be more funny. And you will see that the Muslim interpretation, every Muslim, he explained this verse, every sheikh or scholar, and then at the end he says Allah knows best, which mean they don't really know what Allah as-Samad mean, because this is not an Arabic word. Just to show you, I just opened a Muslim website and let us laugh together. As-Samad, it says here, let me use Google translation. This is the first page I searched. This came in my way. Translate to English. As-Samad was interpreted by two meaning, according to the scholars. One of them, that he has no stomach. This is false translation, by the way. It doesn't say he has no stomach. It says he is not empty inside. He is not empty inside. Which means he is solid. Let us go back to the Arabic. Click here. It says here, he have no emptiness inside him. La jawf, which means all of him is full. Full with what? I don't know. And then he says, al-masmad is a word mean the one who have no emptiness inside. There's nothing inside. You know, it's not how to translate. I mean, even the Arabic is really stupid. It says there's no inner. This is what Arabic says. There's no inner inside. So how you say inside? And so what? Allah is just a skin. So there's nothing empty inside, and He is not not the same as the kind of the creatures who have inside. Okay, what does that mean? And then they say, like the ones they eat and drink, and this is mean the word here they mean it's about maybe stomach. You don't have emptiness inside, the space empty inside. And then they say he is a masmad, and then they say and some give interpretation for a samad with other meaning, that he is the one who all creator or creatures, they come to ask him and beg him to give her or to give them their needs. And then he continues saying here, and he is the one who have no inner inside, or no emptiness inside, or no stomach. So here we have two meaning right away. Let us go Google translation again. So here they are using the word stomach. It can be about stomach, but it says they have no inner, like he has nothing empty inside them, which is really weird. I mean, what nothing empty? How that can be description of God, you know? If God don't eat, this God, he don't eat, and he have no inner. So what he is? No problem, he don't eat. But he is a body. The second you say he don't have emptiness inside, that's mean he is a body, which is a full body. But as long as it's a body, then this body need energy, and this body need supplement. So how it is a body, and how this body do not need anything? You see, the body itself is supplement. The body itself is a supplement. When Jesus came to this earth, he ate, he drank, he lived in this earth. And he have a flesh like every human being. When they put nails on them, he bleed. When they crucify him, he died. The flesh died. So Allah have a body, have a hands, and now he is not empty from inside. And the Muslim trying to make it look nicer, they say he don't drink, he don't eat. But how that can make him God? How this body, who is a body, and why have a body anyway? You see, if you don't have needs, why have bodies? You know what I mean? If you don't have needs. So, you know, when Jesus, he come to this earth, he come, you know, born between the Jews in order to deliver the message to the Jews as a man, as one of them. So the body is needed to be with them, between them, because they are waiting for the Messiah, and that's what they told. And the Messiah will be a man. And the Messiah, he came as he promised. He came as a man. Now Allah have a body. Muhammad here, he added in the Quran that he never have a child or a son, and neither he was born. So he never gave birth, he never was born. But yet he have a body. How that work? Where the body is coming from? And what is the needs of the body? If Allah do not need anything, if Allah is the creator, the sustainer, whatever they call him names, why he needed a body? Why he have a body? You see, when the hadith here says Allah he have a foot, why he need a foot? And as you see, he put his foot in places. It's a normal foot. So this is the hell. Keep asking Allah to send more people. The hell of Allah is hungry. And then Allah, when he is done, he don't have more people to send to hell, he will put his foot over it. And then the fire will make a noise, or will speak, and will say, qat, qat, which is, this is sufficient, stop, stop. So when Allah, he even want to communicate with the hellfire, he use his foot, not his words. It's a physical foot. It's a real foot. If you remember, there's a hadith we showed you before, about Allah will come and he changed his shape. Let us find the hadith. Here we have tons of reference in front of us about that Allah, the Muslims ask Muhammad, are we going to see Allah in the day of judgment? Are we going to see Allah on the day of judgment? He said, yeah, sure, you will see him, the same as you see the sun and the moon, no difficulty. So, and they are talking about a physical God, seeing a physical God. So Allah apostle, they said to him, shall we see our Lord in the day of judgment, the resurrection? The Prophet, yes. Do you have difficulty seeing the sun at the midday, when it's bright and when there's no cloud? They replied, no. They said, well, this is how you will see him. And the same, the moon. Do you have a difficulty to see the full moon at the night when there's no cloud in the sky? They said, no. They said, well, same. You will have no difficulty seeing Allah. And here you will see something really very weird and very, very crazy of Muhammad. Because in the Quran, when Musa supposedly he wanted to see Allah, Allah told him, you cannot see me. And Muhammad here, trying to copy from the Bible. As usual. If we go in the Quran, we will find this verse. Chapter 7, verse number 143. And when Moses came at our appointment, and his Lord spoke to him, he said, O my Lord, reveal yourself to me, that I may look upon you. He replied, never can you see me. However, behold this moment. If it remains from in its place, only then you will be able to see me. And as soon as the Lord unveiled his glory, the mount he crushed into fine dust. So when Allah decided to reveal himself, the mountain, which is Moses next to it, or he's standing on the mountain, Allah standing in the mount, that mount became dust, which means Moses could not see him. He did not even get a hint. The mount will be demolished. So how in the judgment day the Muslim, they will see Allah so clear? Here you need to ask yourself, did Allah change? Did Allah lose his glory? Did Allah lower his voltage? And remember, the Muhammadan, they ask Muhammad, are we going to see Allah in the day of judgment? So they will see him all, not a hand or a finger or etc. are we going to see our Lord? And later we will find out that we'll recognize him from his shin. He have a special shin, which is very more funny. So how Moses was not able to see him, and then how Muhammad promising them to see him. And then if we continue, if we go to different hadith, you will see the story become more complicated and more silly and more stupid. Because not only Muhammad, he claimed that they will see Allah, Muhammad he claimed that they saw him before. Let us see, where is the hadith? Yeah, let us see. I can disable the screen so I don't hurt your eyes. I'm just trying to find where is the hadith. Let us see. You know, the problem with Muslim books, they repeat the same stories, and each time they add some words, some etc., some stupid things. Their books is very unorganized. Let us do this. This will be faster. We found it. All right. Here we notice if you go in this hadith here, it says here that Allah will come to them in an image other than the one which they knew. Actually, in different hadith says in the image different from the one they saw first time. And he will say, I am your Lord. So read with me carefully. Allah would come to them in a form other than his own, from recognizable to them. What does that mean? This is this fast translation. Let's see different translation. Hold on. Same story will appear again. Muslim translation, sometimes they try in purpose to, to mislead, as usual. Let's see here. Supposedly we found it, and it's solved. Okay. Read with me here, and things will be really more stupid and more funny. So Allah will come to them, and he will come to them in an image other than the one which they saw first time. You see, actually, we opened this hadith many times, and the Muslim, they changed the text. Look what it says here. The Lord of the universe, glorified and exalted, would come to them in a form recognizable to them and say, what are you looking for? So here it says Allah will come to them in a form which they can recognize. This is what the story here is saying. Let us try. Try this. You always will struggle. Here, look at this one here. It says Allah will come to them in a form. They changed the text. I cannot believe it. I mean, we played videos. We showed this hadith 1,000 times before. They changed it. You know, they changed the translation. So he come to them in a form other than the one they saw first time, other than the one they knew first time. What recognizable? Let us see. Maybe there is different hadith with little words changed. Let me be sure, because as you know, Muhammad is a liar. He can't repeat the same lie twice. Yeah, I think in this hadith here we will get them busted. No mercy. Let us see this one. Here the problem is bigger, and they cannot fix that in any translation. Here it says that the Lord will come and Allah will come to them where is the where's the story? Is even the story in this hadith here? Yeah, look here. Let us see how they will translate this one. Yeah, you see, the same, they changed this translation. The Lord of the universe, the glorious, the exalted, would come to them in a form recognizable to them and say, what are you looking for? But here it says totally different. Unbelievable. Look what in Arabic is saying. Allah will come to them. Let us go to the exact text. أتاهم رب العالمين سبحانه وتعالى في أدنى صورة من التي رأوه فيها. Allah will come to them. He came to them in an image lower than the image they saw him with it. في أدنى. The Muslim here translating this, you know, like Adna, it can be like a close or it can be lower. So here they translate it as that Allah will come to them in a close image to the one they saw. But we just saw the Quran saying that Moses could not see Allah and nobody can see Allah. Let us see different hadith. Yeah, I can't. I hope they did not take that one off. Let us see here. We will try one more. You might be bored, but here we are sharing education, not entertainment. Read with me here. It says, Allah will come to them. Allah would come to them in a form other than his form. And again they are adding the text recognizable, but this is false. It says other than his form which they knew. And there's a huge difference between recognizing and they knew. Different report, it says, the image they saw it first time. Let us see if we can find it here. The Lord of the universe, the glorified, the glorified, would come to them in a form recognizable to them. You see, they keep lying in translation. Unbelievable. I can't find one translation is being honest. In Arabic it says that Allah, he come to them in an image other than the one which they knew, and we made 1,000 video about this hadith, and now they change it. This is a Muslim website. It says the explanation for the hadith, where it says that Allah, he will come to them in an image other than his image, and this is the image, this is the hadith. Let me use Google translation. I hope you can explain to us this hadith. Allah, the blessed, the exalted, he would come to them in a form other than the one they know. There's a huge difference between recognizable or to be recognized. They knew. The other hadith is, he will come to them in a form other than the one they saw. There's other hadith. It says he will come to them in other form they saw first time, or image. So today we are struggling to find one honest translation for this hadith because there's a huge difference. And then you will find that Allah, even he is going to show his shin. And he will say, what are you looking for? Every people follow that which they worship. They would say, our Lord, we kept ourselves separated from the people of the world, through we felt the great and need of them. We, however, not associate ourselves with them. He would say, I am your Lord. He would say, we take refuge from Allah and thee. Do not associate anything with Allah. They would repeat that twice till some of them would be about to return. Here, if you read in Arabic, you will see Allah, He changed His image. I don't see that in the English translation. If you read here in Arabic, وقد تحول في صورته التي رأوه فيها أول مرة. He changed his look from the way he been seen by them first time. But I cannot find that in the English. Where is the English? Somebody see it? I don't see it. All what they are saying from being recognized to them and say, what are you looking for? But here what the story is, Allah, He changed His look, and they will say to him, we don't recognize you, you are not Allah, and they will turn their face from them and they will leave. Many of them, they will leave. Here it says, so when Allah, He come to them, Allah, He will change His, which means Allah, He will change His look twice. Here it says, Allah, He come to them, they close to the image which they saw. They saw Him with it. رَأُوهُ فِيهَا. But when the Muslim, they saw Allah. If you see here in the translation, it doesn't say any of that. I don't see anywhere it says He come to them in the image which they saw first time. Where is that? Look, it says He come to them in a form recognizable to them. But this is a huge difference between what it says there and we know. It says He come to them. Just to show you how those people lie, I will take Google translation. All the struggle, by the way, is just to find a little bit of decency in the Muslim translation. I will take Google translation and I will copy in front of your eyes and I will paste. Here we go. This is the line. I will copy. This is Google in front of your eyes. Paste. And He was transformed in the form in which they saw Him first time. There's a huge difference between what they are saying in English and what it says in Arabic. And the poor me is trying just to find a little decency in any translation. And you know why they changed the translation, because that will prove that Muhammad is a fraud. How Moses himself could not see Him. And now how Muhammad, he claimed that the Muslims, they saw Him. But Muhammad himself did not see Him. And not a single Muslim saw Him. Let me post the link for you, so you will see. You can use your Google yourself. You can use Google translation. By the way, is going to translate in the Arabic, the same page in Arabic and English, the same page. If you click at Google translation, the column in Arabic is going to turn into English. Compare between the translation. No decency. I could not find one translation, as you see, for the last half hour. We are trying just to find a stupid translation which have little decency. And the reason they change it, because simply this is a proof that Muhammad again is a fraud. How nobody can see this God? How nobody ever saw His God? How the Quran says that when Allah revealed some of His glory, the mountain destroyed, and then we will see here that the Muslims, all the Muslims, they saw Him first time. When? And we have other hadith. The one speak about Allah will show his shin. When Allah he show his shin, and Allah will come to them in the image other than the one they saw, which is close to this one here. This one is, this is Sahih Muslim 183, right? Yeah. Now if we go to the other hadith, you will see again how the stupidity is amazing. I mean, this is the most stupid religion ever. Let us see. In this hadith here, it says, and here you see how they expose themselves, because the story repeats many places. Allah will come to them in a shape other than the one which they knew, and he will say, they will say to him, we seek refuge from thee. After he said, I am your Lord, they will say, we seek refuge from you, Allah. But this hadith here, speaking about Allah will come to them in the image which they knew, not they saw. He did not say they saw. They say it's new, which Muslim can say, well, because the Prophet described how Allah, etc. They can go out with it. But what we are trying to show you, the hadith in Arabic, the one in Muslim, it says they saw him first time. Here, Allah will come to them in a shape which they recognize, and this is what the English, right, says. Arabic, it says, Allahu ya'tihum fi surah allati ya'rifun, which will end the same at the end. Allah will come to them in the image which they knew. In order to know an image, that means you saw it too. But in the other hadith here, the one in Sahih Muslim, it makes it so clear that they saw the image of Allah, because it says the word they saw. Then in translation, they try to cover it up and they say they recognize. There's a huge difference between recognize and they saw. And what make it more funny here, it says that Allah, he transformed his image, which they saw him with it first time. So Allah will come to them first time in image they will not recognize, and then Allah, he transform his image to an image which they saw first time. And this is what it says in Arabic, and this is what we show you in translation. And that will make Muhammad really very stupid man. Again, how Allah never been seen, how nobody can see Allah, how Allah he have a shape, how Allah he don't they keep saying to us, God don't change? God don't change. And why in the translation here they don't say that Allah he transform himself? Look what it says. He come to them in a form recognizable to them, but it doesn't say that in Arabic. It says he transformed. Let me try to find the same story. Maybe we can find it in different translation and get them busted better. Because you know what the Muslim they do? They have only one in this website here. What Muslim they do, when they have a big project, they have many translators, not one. So a translator can be more decent than the other one. A person, maybe he is not smart to hide. The other person is smart and evil to hide. So it's the same one here. Let me see if I can find. I will try to find it in Arabic. You see? This is Sahih. And this is Sahih. And both of them, it says clearly that Allah, He transformed His look. You see it now in English, in red. Even the Muslims themselves, they make it in red for you. And look here. And his image, he transformed his image, which they saw first time. And actually, this is very broken Arabic. To the point, me myself, I have difficulty even to make it a sentence. It says, وَقَدْ تَحَوَّلَ فِي صُورَتِهِ التي رأوه فيها أول مرة. In order to make the sentence correct, it says, should be وقد تحول في صورته التي إلى وقد تحول إلى صورته not في صورته. He transformed in his image. He should be transformed to his image. Transform in his image, which they saw first time. And he's speaking in past tense. So very weird and very stupid, and the translation is a hypocrisy. Let me give you, maybe I can share this website with you. This is a Muslim website. It's called Sunnah.1. Actually, one of you, he told me about it. Let me shorten the link. Because the address has Arabic words. It's not going to go on YouTube, I guess. Okay, let me know if it's work. If you click on it and it can work, let me know. So you see, all of this is just to help us to understand how and what Allah what He is made from. The Muslim, they went even more crazy when they say that Allah, when He decide to make Himself. I mean, have you ever heard of somebody say such a thing when Allah decide to create Himself? He made a horse run. Until he sweat so much. إن الله لما أراد أن يخلق نفسه خلق الخيل فأجراها حتى عرقت خلق نفسه من ذلك العرق. Can you believe it? Allah, let me use Google translation. When Allah, He decided to create Himself, He created horses. He created what? Horses. And then He made the horses run. With the translation here. So He created horses when Allah wanted to create Himself. When Allah wanted to create Himself, He created the horses and He made them run until they were like sweating so bad. And then He created Himself from their sweat. Can you believe it? There is a religion, they believe that somebody, he is their God. When he decided to create himself, he decided what? To create himself. How he created himself? He created himself from the sweat of the horses. First, he created the horse, And then he made the horses sweat, and then he created himself from the sweat of the horses. The sweat of the horse, or the sweat of a human being, any sweat, is just a form of urine. You know, it's a piss. It's a way, you know, to get it's like an air conditioning, but it's this is why it smelled, you know, because simply it is not something good. It's not something nice, the sweat. And here you ask yourself, when the Muslim, they come to this conclusion. Let me share the link with you. I will make it short too. URL shorter in Google. Okay, how that will work now. We found okay. No, it doesn't work. How to shorten the link here? You see the problem with those shortened websites, they have too much advertising and fake and stuff. I think this one is better. Let's see this one. All of them, they are fraud. Advertising and stupid things. And let me see this one. Let me know if it's work. Does it work? Is it working? Yeah, and for sure the Muslim, they will say to you, we don't accept such a story, etc. But even if they say we don't accept, well, how this story made its place in their books if they don't accept it? You know what I mean? How such a thing make its place to be considered, to be added to books, their books, not our books, if it is not accepted? Do you see the stupidity? If this is way false, if this is way bad, if this is way not true, how these stories made it to be inside their books? They can't explain, because if you cannot have it, you know, if it's not true, if it's false, then you cannot put it in the book. You put it in a book if it is something serious. This is about their God. And then we ask ourselves, who is the stupid who want to believe in such a thing? That God decided to create it himself, so he created a horse. And then he made the horses run. And then he collected the sweat of the horses, and then he created himself. Can't Allah create sweat and right away and create himself from the sweat? I mean, what this is a circle for? Same time, is Allah made of water? Liquid? We were just talking a second ago about Allah being a samad, which means he have nothing inside him, empty, correct? It turned to be now he is made from liquid. So what Allah is made of? After speaking for the last, what? We are talking for now for how many? For an hour and 15 minutes. Did we get any conclusion, guys? Did any of you get any conclusion? What Allah is made of? I'm surprised he did not make him created from a donkey. So if Allah created from the sweat of the horse, that is a horsey God. That's mean Allah, he have the DNA of horses. Yeah, and nothing like him, nothing like Allah. Yeah, it turned to be he made from the sweat of horses. So look at this. In one hand, he looked like a man. In the other hand, he don't look like anyone. In the other hand, he have two hands. In the other one, he don't look like anyone. In the other hand, he have 5 fingers. In the other hand, he look like anyone. In the other hand, he have 2 eyes. In the other hand, his eyes not like anyone. In the other hand, he look the same as the Dajjal, but the Dajjal have 1 eye. He have foot. We have foot. He have 5 fingers. We have 5 fingers. He walk with his feet. He run. Have you ever heard of a God he run? Let us see. Let us read this hadith. And now here the Muslim, they can say, well, this is metaphorical, but doesn't matter really. It's too late for a metaphorical thing. Why is too late? Because simply, we already proven that Allah is a physical being. They did not put the word. Let us see here. And look at the Muslim translation. You see in Arabic it says, وَإِنْ أَتَانِ يَمْشِي أَتَيْتَهُ هَرْوَلَةً. The Muslim, they says, I rush toward him. It doesn't say that in Arabic. I mean, they don't have no shame. Harwala, I came running to him. Let us go down a little bit. Sahih al-Bukhari. This is different the same hadith. Obviously different translator. If he come to me, I will go to him running. Who is the one who's going to be running? Allah. The Muslim, they might say to you, well, this is metaphorical. For me, I don't mind. But already we knew that Allah have a foot. Allah, he walk. Allah have a shin. Allah use his body parts. He created Adam by his 2 hands. So they are literally exist. And they are literally used. And now he is saying, I will go to him running. Do we have any Muslim here? When Muhammad, he said that Allah, he have 2 hands and both of them, they are right hands. He confirmed what is written in the Quran. Chapter 38, verse number 75, chapter 36, verse number 71, both of them confirm that Allah, he used his hands to create anything. Allah is a questioning shaitan or Iblis. What prevented you from prostrating yourself before Adam This is what he meant. Before the one who I am created with my 2 hands. And this is again contradiction for what the Quran says, that Allah, Jesus is the same as Adam, the similarity between them. Allah, he said to him, be, and he was. But as you see, Allah, he created Adam by his 2 hands. If you remember when we asked the Muslim who called me, did Allah say the word be before he used his hands or after he used his hands? Before he used his hands to mix the dirt with water, to make mud, like a dough, to fashion the mud, and then to breathe into the mud, did Allah say the word be before he finished the works of his hands or after? If the Muslim, they say before he finished the work of his hand, before he do the work of his hand, then there's no point. Nothing happened. Obviously, Adam is not there. If they say he said be after he finished the work of his hand and after breathing, which means he gave him a soul, that's mean the word be is useless. Already the guy is created. And this is why we come to a conclusion that Allah really is a fiction God and Muhammad trying to put him together. Muhammad is trying to put him together. Muhammad is struggling. He lived between the Jews. He lived between the Christians. He lived between the Sabian. He lived between the Arab. And now he have a new God, and he is trying to match him with the God of the Christians and the God of the Muslims, or the God of the pagans. So the God of the Christian, the God of the Jews is a spirit. Muhammad, he do not know that. So he throw that part away. Allah is not a spirit. The second he did that, he destroyed all his claim. So he is not Abrahamic. The second thing, Muhammad now is trying to figure out how his God is, what this God is about. So now he have hands. He used them to do his work. He have feet to walk with it. He have fingers to grab with it. He have eyes to see with it. He have ears to hear with it. As Zakir Naik, he says, Allah he see, how he see, Allah alam. Allah have hands, how his hand, Allah alam. You know? So the Muslims, in order to escape the stupidity of their cult, right away they jump to the word Allah knows best. Which means the Muslim, they are saying to you, we are worshipping a God which none of us knew. Who is he? But all what we can confirm that this God is a shish kebab, mixed up, messed up God. He have no spirit, but yet he have a body. And you know, when we say spirit, how Allah he breathed into Adam from his spirit, yet he don't have a spirit. I mean, do you see how stupid this man Muhammad is? How you say that Muhammad, God, he has no spirit. But the Quran says we breathe into him from our spirit. The Quran not only says my spirit is my spirit, my soul. Read carefully. When I have completed him, completed shaping him, talking about Adam, and breathe into him of my spirit. I challenge any Muslim to tell me Allah he breathed into him from my spirit, which is what? And if we go back to the word as-samad, you remember the Muslim, they say as-samad mean the one who have no emptiness inside. Is that correct? This is what they said, right? The one who have no emptiness inside. This is one of the meaning they said, or the major meaning. But here it says he breathed. Are you getting my point? How he have no emptiness inside him, and he is breathing into him. So, you know, breathing, there is inhale and exhale, right? Allah, He is blowing from His spirit into Adam. If we ask the Muslims, Allah He blow from where? Nafakhtu mean He blow with His mouth. You can take it to Google translation. You don't have to listen to me, you know. If you are a Muslim, you don't trust what this Christian Prince is saying to you, you can go right now to Google translation. Anyway, go, we'll do it in front of you. I just copy the word as it is from the Quran. Buffed. The Google translation translated as buffed. Maybe buffed is nicer for you, Muhammadan. So Allah, He buffed into Adam. So how Allah have nothing inside, there's no emptiness inside Him, and then this Allah, He breathed from inside Him, blowing soul inside Adam, and not only that, He called it a soul, my soul, from my spirit. Muslim, do Allah have a spirit? They say no. Ask any Muslim, is Allah a spirit? They say no. So what is this? Any Muhammadan? So do you see why this stupid religion not only doesn't make sense, it's just a, you know, Islam has an appearance. Like the Muslim, they try, they use like great words to describe their God. He is majestic, He is the most amazing, the most powerful, the most, you know, you can use whatever you want in the language. But the language will not make God. You know, Muslims is like, there is two guys, and they were traveling together. One of them, he do not know how far the distance is. So the guy, he said to him, they have one donkey to ride, and they cannot ride the donkey, both of them in the same time. The donkey will die. So the first guy, he is an evil man. He said to the other guy, who is a naive, he said to him, do you want to ride from here to the mother of the village, or from the mother of the village to Baghdad? The guy, he said to himself, oh, I mean, obviously from here to the mother of the village is way longer. So he got happy. He said, you know what, I will thank you, I will take from here to the mother of the villages. So he rode the donkey. After 15 minutes, he told him, sit down, come down. He said, why? He said, here, this is the mother of the villages. And he said, okay, and how much left toward the Baghdad? He says, 10 days. This is what the Muslims do. So they extend their language to make it so huge, but it's so easy to find out. Like, do you want to ride from here to the mother of the villages, or from the mother of the village to Baghdad? So the God of the Christian for the Muslims, he is from the mother of the village to Baghdad. Short word, two words, small, is not important. But their God is from here. But the second you start, you know, measuring the distances and the numbers and the verses, you will find that their God is so tiny, like a mosquito. You will find that their distances and their claims is not even exist. And here we go. Look, I'm sure there's many Muslims here. Who of them can tell us how Allah, he have no spirit, and he is not a spirit, yet the Quran says my spirit? We ask the Muslims, who is the one who sent the Quran to Muhammad? They says Allah. How? They said he sent the Holy Spirit. Okay, Jibreel. They say Jibreel. Nowhere in the Quran says Jibreel is the Holy Spirit, but we will go with that. So did Allah create Adam by Jibreel? Any Muslim? This is a very embarrassment religion. Who is a Muslim can tell us? You see, after we finish our video today, and then the Muslim, they will start making comments. I guarantee you, they will speak about everything except the questions we are asking. Your God is a man. Okay. I challenge you to explain to me the Trinity. All the Muslims, they want to debate about Trinity, but nobody want to talk about the stupidity here. Trinity is very simple. God, he wanted to be 3 and 1 at the same time. If you Muslim, you believe that a God is almighty, then he's almighty. And because of his all might, he can be as he wish. So the hypocrisy of the Muslim is amazing. How God can be 3 and 1 at the same time? Well, things is impossible for me, but there's nothing impossible for God. This is why he's God. He did not get his title because he is, me and you. So the Muslims, they have hypocrisy. They don't ask themselves. I wish the Muslim, they ask the same question they ask for us, which is not even legitimate. But try to ask yourself the same question you asked to me. Ask yourself about your God. How your God has no spirit? The Quran says he breathed into Adam from my spirit. This spirit here, my spirit, is it Jibreel? If the spirit is blown into Adam from Jibreel, that means Jibreel is the one who created it. It means Jibreel is the one who gave life. And that means you Muslims are Sabian, because Sabian believe with the Athariyin. Athariyin is an angel, high rank angels, they are creators. Any Muhammadan? And we just said that nothing is impossible with God, but we cannot say the same about Allah. Anyone knows why? Allah, he confirmed that there's a lot of things impossible with him. Not me. You see, the Muslim, they might say to you, oh, he's lying. What the Quran? We have the proof from the Quran. The Quran says how Allah can have a girlfriend when he don't have, how he can have a child, a son, when he don't have a girlfriend. Do you see it? The Quran confirming the word can. You see, can and cannot. How can he have a son? So the God of Islam himself, he is questioning his ability. And he is confirming that he cannot have a son unless he have a woman to sleep with. If Allah is trying to say to us that he don't have a son because simply he don't have a girlfriend, well, he succeed to say that. But in the same time, he succeed to tell us that he is not the Almighty God, because who is the stupid he taught you that the Christian, they have a God who have a wife. So Allah here trying to refute the Christians. But the Christians don't believe that God have a girlfriend. Her name is Mary. They get married and they have a baby. His name is Jesus. And to make it more stupid, the Quran itself confirmed that Mary, she had no man. So how Mary, she had no man, yet she have a son, yet the God who supposedly gave Mary such a magical miracle, he himself cannot have a son. So it's clear that he have nothing to do with Mary. Allah have nothing to do with the birth of Jesus. Because Allah himself, he just proved in chapter 6 verse 101 that he himself cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. Well, that's mean he is the same as me and you and everybody. I cannot have a son without having a girlfriend or a wife. However, in the heaven of Allah, the Muslims are more powerful than Allah. There's a hadith Muhammad, he mentioned that if a Muslim he wish to have a child, he will carry it, and he will deliver it in less than 20 minutes. Let us see if we can find it. If a believer, read with me, read and laugh. A believer, a Abdul, not a female. In Arabic it says, you see in English, believer can be a female, right? Can be a male. In Arabic, it doesn't say that we have different, language is different. So it says a believer, al-mu'min, for a male, mu'mina for a female. المؤمن إذا اشتهى الولد في الجنة كان حمله ووضعه وسنه في ساعة كما يشتهي. So if a believer he desire a child in paradise, he will be pregnant, he will carry it, he will deliver it in less than 20 minutes, not an hour. Sa'a at the time of Muhammad is like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Today, in the language today, is used for hour. In the time of Muhammad, there is nothing called hour. So, imagine a Muslim believer, he will deliver a child in the heaven of Allah, just because he wished. But Allah himself cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. Isn't this is funny? Now we go to the word Tawheed, as long as somebody mention it in the chat. I challenge any Muslim to go and open any dictionary and look at the word Tawheed. Actually, I will do something in front of you. I will type a sentence. Every Muslim, he knew it. This is the word Tawheed, right? Do you see what it says? Unite? Do you see it? Let's just type the word Tawheed. I will make a sentence out of it. Look what happened now. Unification of Arab countries. This Tawheed. So the Muslim, they struggle to fight you, to show you that they believe in Tawheed. But if you believe in Tawheed, that means Allah is not one by number. That means you have to unify God. You believe in unification God. Everybody knows that what Tawheed means. It's in front of you. I challenge any Muslim to open any dictionary, use Google Translation, do whatever you want. I mean, do you see how crazy this cult is? So they keep saying to us, we believe in Tawheed, we believe in Tawheed, we believe in Tawheed. You see, if the Christians, they say we believe in Tawheed, even that is not good for the Christians, you know, because, you know, unification, it's mean this God is his many gods. You know what I mean? Unification is something can happen between parts. They are totally separated. They are totally divided. You cannot unite something is already united, correct? So when I speak about unification, I am trying to unite what exactly? Mr. Palestine, he said, Tawheed mean unity. I mean, this is the biggest fat lie ever. I would like to see from you, Mr. Palestine, and for sure you don't speak Arabic. Guys, Tawheed mean unity. But I will go with you just to show you that, you know, the Muslim now, they are getting smarter. So this guy, he thought about it, how we can fix it. He decided to think. And when a Muslim, he think, things go wrong. So look what happened. I will go to what he said. Where is his? This one? You know. You see, since I changed everything in my computer, so now when I take a screenshot, they don't appear normally. Let me see where it is. Just to show you how intelligent those people are when they try to defend. Oh man, I cannot even find where the screenshot is gone. Where it goes. I will clean my screen so I can find it easy. Since we changed everything. Here we go, we found it finally. So look what our smart friend here, after he squeezed himself, he decided to be smarter. Look what he said. Tawheed mean unity. I will go with you. Unity mean united. I mean, are you supposedly fixing it now? Unity. Unity is coming from united. That's mean Allah was divided. And then he says, and unity in mathematics is one. That is false. In which language is that? So supposedly now he tried to fix it. Unity. Tawheed mean unity. What unity mean? Do you even have a brain? This religion is suffering from stupidity. Unity. The state of being united or joined as whole. Do you see it? And if you say in mathematics, that is even more stupid. And as long as it's unity, why you don't use the word unity in Arabic? Wahda. Why you use Tawheed? You don't use even unity, you use Tawheed. So, very, very, very stupid religion. And you know, in mathematics, if Allah is one as mathematics, that means He is one of many. Because number one is one of billions of numbers. See, number zero does not exist. Number zero does not exist. It's just a number we added, you know. But in reality, it's not exist. So when you say in mathematics Allah is one, that means He is countable and He can be counted. And that means He is one of many. But the word you Muslim you use is Tawheed, not even unity. Try something else. And you know, if the Muslim they say that Allah is, you know, He's one, so He was one as number, you know, one as number. So He was many, and then He become one, or He was 9 minus 8. Like there was 9 Allah, 8 Allah killed, 1 Allah left. So you know, you see, this is a very silly religion, and the word Tawheed mean only unification. I challenge any Muslim actually to bring me one sentence of Tawheed is not speaking about unification. If we search the whole Quran, we don't even find the word Tawheed. Do you know that? Do you know? If we look in the whole Quran, we cannot find the word Tawheed. This is a hadith. Read and love. And this is the Muslim translation. Relating to the unity of Allah. Unity of Allah. This is the Muslim translation. In fact, it doesn't say unity, it says unification of Allah. Tawheed. Different translation. Where is the... Here they did not translate it. They put it as it is, Tawheed. Here they translate the word Tawheed as monotheism. You see, I mean, do you see the false translation? What monotheism has to do with Tawheed? Let us see here. And here they don't translate too. They don't translate. They just step over it. Walk in it. Just to avoid the stupidity. Tons of questions and no Muslim can answer. You see, if Allah is, you know, the Muslims they say they believe in the monotheism, and then the Quran says, if we would like to take a partner, we will take it from us. How Allah is one, and then this one will take a partner from us. Us is our kind. And the Muslims, they try their best, by the way, to change the meaning of this verse, because it's a very embarrassing verse, showing a lot of stupidity of the one who made the Quran. Had we intended to take a pastime, i.e. a wife or a son, etc., we could surely have taken it from us if we were going to do that. Okay, Allah is one. Allah is talking about taking a partner from us. how he is no one like him, how he is a monotheist God, a unique God, then he will take a partner from us. You see, it turned to be that not only the mushrikeen are mushrikeen, Allah himself, he take partner, because what is being mushrik is taking partner with Allah. But Allah himself want to take a partner, and what is the partner? A wife. So now how the Muslim will fix this one? Do you remember last time Ultimate Fart he called me? Who remember? I hang up on him because I don't have patience for kids, but maybe I should, so we can record him explaining this one. Did he say that the angels they create? Do you remember? Do you remember he said the angels in Islam they create and they are creators? Remember? The Muslim, they try to find the solution for this one. So in some translation or some interpretation, they say that if Allah would like to take a wife or a partner, he will take it from the angels. But that's mean Allah is an angel too. Because what we are talking about here is taking a wife, and wife she will be from the kind, my kind. You see, a dog he can have, a horse can have sex with a donkey. Correct? And they can have a baby. But a horse cannot have sex with a dog. The purpose of the relationship here is to take a wife so they can have a son. If Allah is not a man, how in the world he is saying, if we would like to take a woman for fun, to have sex, surely we would have taken it from us. If Allah is monotheist, somebody say metaphor. How metaphor? How you would take partner from yourself? Us is a metaphor. Metaphor for what? I will take partner from us. Help me. Metaphor. Metaphor for what? The Bible did not mention the word Trinity. Well, thank you very much. The Quran mentioned it. That's mean your Quran is stupid. You see, when the Bible did not mention the word Trinity, we do not. The Trinity is just a word to summarize what we believe in. That's all. And Trinity, which we believe in, proven even in the Quran to be true. Isn't the Quran says that Jesus is the word of God sent down from heaven? Isn't the Quran says he is a spirit from God proceeding from him? Isn't the Quran says the word became a man? Well, this is exactly what John chapter 1 verse number 1 and verse 14 says. The word was with God, and the word was God, and the word became a flesh. So Jesus in the Quran, he is a spirit, he is a word, he is a flesh, 3 in 1. This is your own Trinity. So the Muslims, by the way, they have their own way to refute you, but their own Quran refute them. The same verse is speaking against the Trinity. Is the same verse confirming the Trinity. Very stupid book. And just to show you that the Muslims, they have a stupid book written by a stupid author. Look what it is. Those who say that Allah is one of three. Allah is one of three. Certainly they disbelieve. Let us go to the different verse so we can laugh more. If we ask the Muslim now, who can count for me the Trinity? Who is the Trinity for the Christians? If you do not know, I can tell you. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. So look what happened. We have a smart man, his name is Muhammad. He decided to come with his own refutation to the Christians, and he got them busted with no mercy. Muhammad, he claimed that the Christian, they believe that the Messiah is Allah. Chapter 5, verse number 17. Indeed, those who say the Christ, the Son of Mary, he is indeed God. This false translation. Change the translator. It doesn't say he is indeed God. It says he is Allah. He is Allah. See, the Muslims always translation, they try to deceive you because the Quran is stupid. Surely in disbelief, those who say that Allah is the Messiah, that is a good translation. So Muslims, if the Christian, they believe that the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person in the Trinity and who is the third person? I'm waiting. Any Muslim can tell us? Muslims, I'm waiting. If the Christians believe that the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person in the Trinity and who is the third person? I will give you 10 years. Just to show you how stupid this cult is. This guy, he says things, you don't know what he's saying. You just screwed it. The Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah. First, we don't believe in Allah. Secondly, if this is true, then who is the second person and who is the third person? I'm waiting for the answer, Abdul. I'm just getting some water. Okay. Any Abdul? I mean, this is a book of God. Think and give me the answer. Why Muslims? What happened? Well, look at them. How many of them they are refuting me supposedly, and they have answers. Where is the guy with Palestine, and where is the other guy with his name Potato? What happened? If the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person and who is the third person? Stop playing games. We don't have such a thing. It's called sect when it's come to the Trinity. All the Christians, they believe in the Trinity. If you don't believe in Trinity, you are no Christian. So stop being stupid. Which sect is that? Which sect? Which sect? Doesn't matter. The Christians, all of them, they believe. The Quran confirmed that. The Quran says to the Christians, stop saying Trinity, you stupid. So the Quran confirmed that all the Christians believe in the Trinity. The Quran get you busted. So now, in which sect? Give me the answer. If the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person and who is the third person in the Trinity? Search Google. Not all Christians believe in Trinity. That's mean your God Allah is stupid, because the Quran says that the Christian, they say Trinity. He didn't say some. And don't tell me who is the Christian. For us, anyone who don't believe in the Trinity is no Christian. Very simple. He can call himself something else. And are you going against the Quran? Isn't it the Quran says the Christian, they say Trinity? Do you see the stupidity? This is the Quran, chapter 5. Look how stupid this garbage religion is. Surely this belief, they say the Christ, the Son of Mary, is Allah, not God. Again, the translation here is a fraud. The same chapter. This is a garbage religion. So he is Allah. Who is the second person? Who is the third person? Even if it says, I will go with you, it says for whoever believe that the Trinity and believe that the Messiah is Allah. Who is the second person? Who is the third person? I mean, you Muslim, you try to escape it. Everybody knows that the Christian believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Stop being stupid. Stop playing dumb. Shame on you. Who is the Christian who don't believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? Have you ever heard of somebody? He is a Christian, he don't believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? Nobody. I mean, the whole Bible says, Jesus says, my Father, my Father, my Father, my Father. So how in the world anyone will say that we don't believe? So, the embarrassment is that Muhammad, he claimed that Mary, she is the wife of the God of the Christians. And she have a baby, his name is Jesus. Do you see how stupid this Muhammad is? Is it true that the Quran speak about Mary as part of the Trinity? And now the problem is getting bigger. If the Messiah is Allah and Mary is the second person, who is the third person? Any Muhammadan? Do you see it? Any Muslim can tell us how Mary she became part of the Trinity. And if Mary is number 2, the Messiah is number 1. Mary is number 2. Who is number 3? Remember, you cannot say Allah because already the Messiah is Allah. So who is number 3? Which religion and where we can find it? That religion who have the Messiah and Mary, and who is number 3? Give me a name. Muslims, help me. Any Abdul? The Messiah, Isa, the son of Maryam, he was no more than a messenger. Okay. And his mother used to eat food. Him and his mother used to eat food. So Allah want to prove to us that Jesus, he is not God. Why? Because he eats food. And this is additional credit we give to Allah of being stupid. Because if Allah is almighty and he can do everything, are you saying to me Allah cannot eat? What will happen to Allah if he eat? If you are saying he eat because he is in need, well, Jesus, he fasted for 40 days, yet he have the flesh of a human being. If you are saying to me that he cannot, a human being, he need, that means Jesus, he should be dead, because every human need to die. You cannot live forever. But Jesus, until now, he is more than 2,000 years old, according to Muslims. So when the Muslim want, they speak of logic about needs. When they want, there is no logic. Jesus is the one who resurrects people from death. Jesus controls the storm. Jesus can tell you what you hide in your houses. Jesus can make the blind see. Jesus can tell you what you hide. Jesus can tell you, can heal the leper. I mean, what he can walk in the water. He can create from the mother bird. I mean, and then they want to speak about what Jesus can do, what cannot do. Can the one who make a blind see stay without food? Any Muslim? Anyone? Anything we just said since the last, we are here for how long now? 2 hours? 2 hours. Zero answer. Allah have hands, they don't know why. Allah have foot, they don't know why. Allah, he breathed from inside him. How he breathed if you have no inner, if you have no empty inside? Allah, he breathed what? Allah, he said it from my spirit. I breathe into him from my spirit. What is the spirit of Allah? Allah breathed from where? Where the breath is coming from? From inside Allah or from outside of Allah? Why he called it my spirit? Allah is Tawheed, but Tawheed means unification. Allah have hands. Allah created from the sweat of horses. All of this is your God, and all of this is in your books. Everything we are saying is from your books. And then this God, he decided he want to get the Christian busted. So he said to them, Jesus and his mother, they eat food. What does this have to do with being God or not? When Allah, he is a man, as Muhammad he described, and he is short, and he is fat, and he is deep-seated, but he have one eye. He don't have one eye, he have two. Well, can this man eat? Can Allah eat? If Allah cannot eat, that means there's something he cannot do. Is that correct, people? If Allah cannot eat, that means Allah, there is something Allah cannot do. And that means he is not almighty. When Allah, he says, how Allah can have a son when you have a girlfriend? That means Allah, he cannot. He is the one who is saying, how can he? Not me, not me. It's not me who said, how can he? How can he have a son? If Allah himself is a question his ability, how come we cannot question it? Allah himself, Aka Muhammad, he made it so clear that he himself cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. I mean, do we need more proof than this? From the mouth of the one who they claim that he is the creator. And not to forget, the Quran says that Allah is the best of the creators. And that is another problem for this stupid religion. How he is, they believe in monotheism. You ask them what monotheism means, they say there is one creator. This is the first answer I will give you. If there is only one creator, how Allah is the best of the creators? Have you ever heard of a stupid religion more than this? Allah, he decided to, he's so proud, you know, Allah want to make a speech now. I am the best of the creator. I am the best boxer. I am the best in singing. I am the best in dancing. But that's mean you are one of many. How he is the best of the creators? Is that a mistake? A smart Muslim, he called me, he says that the human, they created a bicycle. I find this is very funny, very stupid answer. Is that, are you saying to me that Allah is the best to create bicycle? We are talking about creators, you idiot. Not YouTube creators. So this God is messed up. They believe in unification, Tawheed. They believe that God is one, but he have body parts. They believe that this God, he changed his shape and changed his image, and he came to them in a shape other than the one they knew. This God is a changeable God. This God have many shapes. This God, he have many look. This God, he have a physique. This God, he have a body. In the top of that, they have many divine. The Quran is a divine. Allah is a divine. The Quran isn't created. You ask any Muslim, is the Quran created? They will say no. So where did the Quran come from? From Allah? Okay, but you just said it's not created. Did Allah create the Quran? No. Well, that mean the Quran exists without Allah. That means his existence, the Quran existence, have nothing to do with the Quran existence. So even the word of Allah is not created by Allah. So who is the best of the creators? Do you see how messed up this religion is? You see, if the Christians, they say the word of God is not created, that will make sense to them. Why? Because the Christian believe that the word of God is God. The word of God is God. But when the Muslim, they say the word of God is not God, yet the word of God is not created, you solve this problem. And not only that, later we find that the Quran will come in the judgment day as a like a dead man. Is the Quran a physical human being? Any Muslim can answer? How the Quran is a man? I mean, have you ever heard of this religion is messed up? The Quran itself will come as a pale man, like as somebody he just came from the grave, which is fit with the beauty of the Quran. Zombie. The Quran will come on the day of resurrection like a pale man and will say, I am the one that kept you awake. How the Quran, the word of God, become a man? Anyone can explain? Remember, they say that the Quran isn't created. Is the man created? Is the man created? The Quran is not created, but the Quran itself will come as a man. They don't know what Allah is made of. They do not know who is Allah. They do not know where is Allah. They never saw Allah. Or what they know, there's a God was exists before them, the God of the Arab. His name is Allah. And not to forget to mention, this God, he did not know even how he created the earth and the heaven. One verse he says the mountain first. The other verse he says that the stars first. Allah, this Allah, he is the God of the universe, but he think that the baby is made from dead blood. Imagine, we have a new science now. And the Muslim, they have thousands of videos about science in the Quran, including this one. They fabricate, they say, the Quran says, not for like a clot. No, it doesn't say like a clot, you liar. It says into a clot. And the clot is a dead blood, as you say. Have you ever heard of somebody having his sperm? Let us say, excuse my language, somebody he having sex. Or he is masturbating. He dropped some sperm somewhere. He left it in the floor, in the sheet, and he left the house. He is dirty. He came back the second day, he found the congealed blood. He did not clean the congealed blood. He came at few days after. It became a lump, little lump, mashallah. He left it there. He said, I don't know what is that. I'm not going to touch it. He came a week after. It became a little lump of a flesh. And then little flesh became a bones. He come 2 weeks. He said, mashallah, my sperm become bones. I'm so happy I don't have dogs. Otherwise, the dog, he will eat the bones, which is my sperm. This is how the baby is made. This is exactly how the baby is made, isn't it? And then Muhammad, because he's a doctor, sorry, we have to say Dr. Muhammad now. We cannot say just Muhammad. He described how long the sperm will stay in the woman womb, in the belly, sorry. How many days? How many days? Let us see. Okay, here we go. We will find it. Let us search. All of this, brother, proving to us that Muhammad is a prophet of God. Read with me the wisdom of Prophet Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad, sorry, I apologize, Muslims. I don't mean to lower the academic degree of Prophet Muhammad. PhD, PU, whole, PUBS, camel P. I mean all the P in the world. Read with me. It says here, brother, when the drop of semen remain in the womb for 40 days. And look, Prophet Muhammad, he is not sure because he is now doing a study. 45 nights. Like, you know, sir, doctor, who are you? I am a Christian Prince and I'm a new student studying biology. A Christian Prince, you are new, so you shut up, okay? I have, you know, you are stupid. I can't tell. Why you are putting your hand? I told you you are new. Don't ask questions. But how, you know, it says here, I told you shut up. First of all, this is for not negotiation. This is the Prophet Muhammad says that. And in the medical school in the Middle East, you have to say and agree with the Prophet Muhammad. Sir, I search in Google. It says only 5 days. Stupid Google. You are going by Google against what Allah Prophet said? Are you stupid or what? Takbir, kill him. And now we learned medicine in Arabic school, in Muslim school. So the drop of semen, according to Dr. Muhammad, remain in the womb for 45 nights. Hey Muhammad, are you sure not 46? 45 nights in the womb. I mean, you went all the way to the womb. If. And then the angel will come. The angel will come inside the vagina and will talk there. Okay, what he will do? He will communicate with Allah. He have like a walkie-talkie. Allah, is he good or evil? And both these things will be written destiny. This is destiny. But do you see, guys, the knowledge of the Prophet of Allah? Who can beat that? So not only the Muslim, they do not know who's their God, they do not know who is the stupid Muhammad. And to make it more funny, you will see a Muslim, in order to get away from those hadith, because those hadith is embarrassment, proving Muhammad to be a fraud in 2 seconds. They say to you, we don't accept the hadith, but we say here, it says authentic. This is Sahih Muslim. Sahih in Arabic mean authentic. Mean correct. They say we don't agree. This is written 200 years after Muhammad, but the Quran written the same time after, actually. Okay, if this is not correct and this is hadith is a garbage, who is Muhammad? If a person he don't believe in the books of hadith, who is Muhammad? There's nowhere in the Quran says who's Muhammad. Who is his family? Nowhere it says. He's born from whom? Nowhere it says. He died when? Nowhere it says. When he was born? Nowhere it says. So there's nothing about Muhammad. Who is his wife or his nothing. صدق الله وكذب بطن أخي. Well, I used to do that actually, to be with your Truth TV. You know, when I was a doctor in the Middle East, because in the Middle East anyone can work a doctor, you know, especially if you know how to cut hair. The same one who cut your hair is your doctor in the Middle East. So a guy, he came to the Prophet, and the Prophet, he told the Prophet, well, my brother is sick. What do you think, Prophet? Should we give him? The Prophet, he told him, give him honey. The guy, he did not, Muhammad, he did not ask him for symptoms or anything. Just he told him, my brother is sick. I mean, do you see how this doctor is amazing? He did not need to study or to ask. He have the answer. So he told him, go and tell him to drink honey. The guy, he came again, second time, and he told him, my brother is getting way more sick. The Prophet said to him, I told you, go and tell him to drink honey. The guy, he said, he drank honey, he's getting more sick. The guy, he come again, and his brother is more sick. The Prophet, he, like again and again and again. Actually, in different story, Abu Bakr or Umar, he wanted to kill this guy. So at the end of the story, to make it simple, when the guy, he keep coming and his brother is dying, Muhammad, he said to him, read with me carefully. Muhammad, he screamed at him and he said, Allah has said the truth, but your brother Abandonment has told a lie. Have you ever heard of a doctor like this? But not his brother. It says, so he made him drink honey and he cured. The guy never come back. They are saying he cured. He never come back. It's obviously Muhammad is a fraud. And he's accusing the guy now that Abandonment is lying. So imagine you go to the doctor, you say to him, it's hurt here. You say, you are lying. It's lying to you. Allah told the truth. So Muhammad, he claimed that even his medicine is from Allah. And when he speak about sickness, he knew. Allah told him. It's not him saying that. You see, Allah has told the truth. And the funny, Muhammad himself, he died and he was always sick. You remember when the goat ate the Quran? You remember? It says here, look at this. Look at the title. Chapter of a breastfeeding for adult. I really like this religion, honestly. I mean, this is fun. You know? I mean, think about it. And I like, what his name, Didat. He says, Didat, it says that the Prophet, Laja, Zechariah, he went in the desert naked, in the bikini, G-string. You coward liar. Where it says there, you see the priest, the Prophet, they have a uniform. So he was naked from his uniform. He's not naked. But then we find that Allah, he made Moses run totally naked just because he want to prove that his penis and his testicles are fine. But here we find that Muhammad, when he died, he left the Quran, and the Quran was like a goat ate it. It doesn't say, actually, it doesn't say if it's a goat, to be honest with you, or not. It says Dajin, but usually this is what is going to eat, papers or leather or anything. Goat, they eat anything. So when Muhammad, he died, the goat ate verses in the Quran. And I assure you that all the goat verses or eaten by the goat is the Muslims who ate them. Because anything is embarrassing, I believe Aisha and the followers after, they ate them. Because don't the Muslims, they say that we memorize the Quran? So if the goat ate the Quran, did she eat their memory too? Uh, something wrong with my keyboard. It's not typing the word. I'm trying to search for a hadith, but there's a letter each time I try to type it. It's not working. What we need to do? I guess I need to switch the keyboard now. Okay, let us see if we type here. Yeah, this keyboard is not the right keyboard. You see, I just added my Arabic keyboard after I install everything, and the letters are messed up. So, but anyway, you remember the hadith, maybe the admin can post it, where it says that the Prophet was so sick, right? And he was dying. So Muhammad is giving medicine to everybody. And even Muhammad, he said that there is the Nagla seed, if you remember. According to Muhammad, the Nagla seed is the cure for all, remedy for all diseases. Only if you are dead, it cannot fix your problem. Why Muhammad don't use it for everything? This guy always, when he hears something, he's stuck with it. He heard about honey, he's stuck with honey for some time. Then he heard that the Nagla seed is good. So he start exaggerating, and he become a doctor, Dr. Muhammad. And he is claiming now that Nagla seed is a remedy for every disease except death. That's mean we do not need medicine, just take Nagla seed, that's it. Hey Muslims, why you have a pharmacies, and why you buy a lot of drugs from Europe, from America? Why you send your sick one to America, to Europe, to Asia, etc.? Just get a Nagla seed. It's just a seed. It costs you a penny. Everybody, every day eat the Nagla seed. It's proven to be true. And by the way, all those seed, yeah, they are benefit. All those things, they have benefit. But the remedy for everything? So we notice that Muhammad did not know his God. He did not know how his God looked like. He never spoke to his God. He failed to identify his God. He speak about his God as a man, yet the God is not a man. Allah have a foot, but yet Allah is not like us. Allah have hands. Allah have eyes. Allah have ears. Allah have 5 fingers. Allah, he made Adam by his 2 hands. Allah, he breathed, but Allah have no spirit. Allah, he breathed, but Allah have no inside. Allah, he breathed, but Allah doesn't. He don't have emptiness. So Allah breathe from where? So you will notice that everything Muhammad he mentioned is not only a confusion after confusion, it is the confusion itself. And until now, we did not see one Muslim he can answer anything. All what the Muslim they keep repeating for us, they believe in one God. Well, your God is stupid. He's 1 or 10, who care? You see, and the number of God, by the way, is just a silly thing. Because if there's no one God, there's 10 God, what you can do about it? You know what I mean? You see, it's not about how many God there is, a God or 2 or 10, or maybe there are millions. If they are exist, they exist. Being 1, being 2, being 7, that will not change anything. The question is this God exist or not? The Hindu, they believe in 35 million God according to Sadhguru. 35 million God. But even that is not a reason to reject their belief. Because if they exist, they exist. What you can do about it? Do you understand, guys? The number of God is not reason to believe or not. If somebody believe in 1 million God and they exist, well, he's right. If I believe in one God and he doesn't exist, and he believe in 1 million God and they exist, that means he's right, I'm wrong. A lion has 4 legs But I could say lion hands. No, you cannot say lion hands unless you are stupid like Allah. As an example, in the Quran, do you remember the video of a guy, he asked Ali Dawah? He asked him, the Quran says, some they say they are 4 and their dog is number 5. Some they say they are 3 and their dog is number 4. Some they say they are 4 and their dog is number 5. Some they say they are 5 and their dog is number 6. Some they say they are 6 and their dog number 7. Some they say they are 7 and their dog is number 8. Some they say they are 8 and their dog is number 9. Say nobody knows their number save Allah. Here you see how Muhammad is doing the same as the Muslim today. We ask them the question, what they say, Allah knows best. But the one is talking here is Allah. I mean, what is the excuse? They are asking him how many they are. So Muhammad, because he's an idiot, he is a liar, he did not know what to say. He was afraid if he said a number, he will get busted. So look what he said. Some, they say, they were 3 and their dog is number 4. Okay? However, brother, other they say they were 4 and their dog is number 5. Some they say, actually here, he jumped, by the way. It says here their dog is number 4, right? Shouldn't he say some they say they are 5? They're 3, they are 4, and their dog is number 5. Anyway, so some they say they are 6 and their dog is number 7. Some they say they're 7 and their dog is number 8. And then, oh Muhammad, tell them, my Lord knows best their number. And look at the stupid, like as the stupid, he had more spice. And my Lord know their number. None knows them. Oh, but if you look, what the heck? It turned to be there is somebody knows, and there are few. So why don't tell us what this drama is about? And this is what Muhammad and they do with me when they call me. There is opinion about this. There is many opinion. Opinion to avoid the answer. I mean, this is silly. We are not talking about a nuclear weapon. We are not talking about mystery. It's about guys and they have a dog with them. Tell them the number. Some they say, you know, only when you hear this drama, you think at the end he will say the number. That's it. He will give us the correct number. It turned to be that none knows except Allah and few. So that means not they're human, they knew. So who need you? And what is the number? So debate not about their number. Look at this. How a Muslim he win a debate? I challenge any Muslim to tell me those Christians they were 3 and their dog is number 4, or their 4 number dog number 5 and they are 5. Which number? A Muslim he will answer me. He says Allah told me not to debate you about their number, because Allah knows their number and few people. And not only this, by the way, the stupid Muhammad, you see in Islam the dog is filthy. Is that correct? How many times Muhammad he ordered to kill the dog, suddenly the dog became a part of the Quran? This is not kalbahum, this is kali'ahum. Kali'ahum is an angel. The stupid Muhammad, he took the story of the 7 sleepers, which is speaking about those 7, and they have an angel who opened his arm in front of the cave. This is a Christian story. It's a fiction story. And according to Muhammad, the angel became a dog. Have you ever heard of a dog protecting 7 people from an army and a king? I mean, a king is coming after them. So the dog, he'll sit in the front of the cave to guard the head. And what the dog will do to the army? and the dog is opening his arms. The dog is opening his arm. This is an angel. He was opening his arm. The angel was opening his arms. And even the story about those 7 sleepers is involving the Trinity. This is a fiction story written by a Christian bishop from Syria to teach the youth that have patience. You are discriminated today. So those Christians, there's a miracle happening to them, but it's a fiction miracle. It's not a true story. The stupid Muhammad, he took it, he put it in the Quran. They asked him about the 7 sleepers. Very famous story. Muhammad, he took it serious. They slept for 300 years and 9. The Trinity. 333. 300 years and 9. The 33 years of Jesus. And here the story was speaking about their angel, not their dog. He opened his arms. A dog don't protect by opening his arms. It's an angel. So the angel, what it says here in the fiction story, that the angel, he opened his wings to block the cave in case anyone will try to get in to kill those people, because the king is going after them, not a bunch of people. Additional proof that Muhammad is a fraud. And look at this here. The story became so nice. Muhammad is copying the fiction story. So he says, and they slept in the cave, and Allah, he turned them away left and right, so they can be under the sun. But do Allah need to do that? I mean, do you see the stupidity here? Do Allah need to turn me left and right so I will not die? If Allah decide to make me sleep for 309 years, Allah, he spent 309 years flipping me left and right. Why he cannot keep me alive even if I am inside a box? Even if I never saw a light? Even if there's no oxygen? Do we have any Muslim have any comment? What book you are asking for, my friend? Anyway, I think we have enough for today. And as you see, you know, we had the difficulty with the audio. So we will not take calls for now with Skype. And I'm not using that Skype no more. I decided not to use it no more. So if you have my account in Skype, don't text me there. Don't communicate with me there. Those who they are necessity need to communicate with me, like you want to send me a book translation or etc. You can communicate with me in Patreon, but don't communicate with me just to say hello and hi as usual. No, I will not answer. And maybe in the future we will start using those broadcast software so we can take calls. Yeah, because I cannot take any call. You see, I formatted my computer, and I don't know what happened. I mean, there's no way it's the computer, because I did format really totally. And you see, if I show you here, this is the software. When I try to find a device, it doesn't even show any device. Nothing. You know? There's nothing in the device. You see? Nothing. So for some reason, this stupid thing is not recognizing any device. But thank God it's recognized my microphone. See, this is the program I'm using. You see? Here. I don't know if you can see. So the microphone is recognized, but the headphone, there is nothing. It's not recognizing anything. Now, if I use like a StreamYard or those things, it worked. I tried it. Use your broadcast system. What is that broadcast system you are using? This has just happened yesterday. I don't know. I have no idea how this happened. No, there is nothing wrong with my computer. I assure you. I think this is the problem from the new update with the OBS. And I made a mistake by restoring everything. I thought it is my computer, because I installed a file called INDO, which is virtual microphone. Have you tried streamed? All of them, they are good for streaming, but they are bad for showing the text. Do you see how clear the text is in front of your eyes? Because I'm using different software. The software does not broadcast, but it have a a setup, so you can zoom in, you can show clear text. When I use the StreamYard, you will see the whole page, all the page from the top to the bottom. So the text will be way smaller. This is how it's going to be for you. You will see the whole frame. See? This is exactly what will happen when I use those. They don't have a zoom in. And this is why I don't like them. Is that correct, Truth? Can you zoom in the text? No, you cannot. You can share the screen, but you have to share the whole browser. You cannot zoom in. With this one, look, I am zooming. I can zoom even in a Word. You know? And this is the problem. I don't like them. Otherwise, the other one is easier to code, is easier to put the comment in the screen, is etc. But because the way I do things, StreamYard has a zoom in. Okay, give me one video doing zoom in. I want to see. I don't think so. I just logged in just 2 days ago to StreamYard. They don't have zoom in. You can only just show the whole browser. You choose browser, and that's it. You cannot show the text. And you know, because I don't use a camera, so everything I do is based on the screen. So the screen for me, the StreamYard is good for somebody using a camera. Usually they don't use text too much. I mean, but for me, everything I do is based on the screen. Okay, if you know how to zoom in the screen, you can communicate with me in Patreon and send me a link or something to check it out, a video on YouTube. Or you can give me a title of a video in the comment section. I will search it. You can zoom in the browser. I will check it out. OBS with a StreamYard. I don't know if you can do that. I mean, what the benefit if you do if you have a StreamYard, because OBS cannot zoom in too. OBS cannot zoom in. And the software I'm using, StreamYard, could not recognize it. Yeah, I'm using it right now, the OBS. And this is my problem right now. I used to recognize the back music, like the headphone, but now I cannot recognize it. I will check it out. We will see. Anyway, for me, you know, showing the clear text is very important, because, you know, we stay and we speak for hours, and all is based on showing text. We don't have camera. We don't have anything else. And I spent the night yesterday until the morning working in my computer. I formatted my computer. I lost everything. I reinstalled. I tried to install the software and then give me error. I tried to restart again, give me error again. I mean, I spent from the morning until noontime, and the stupid software of Apple kept giving me error. And then I erase, and then I do a first aid, and then I check, and then I fix, and then I, you know, format again. And I, you know, finally it worked. Very, very bad struggle. But anyway, thank God it's working now, and we have a clean computer. And then you have to download all your software again, all your programs. Still, I have to download Microsoft Word, blah, 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 blah. Crazy stuff. And I have a backup, and the backup did not work. I mean, all garbage things happen together. Look like Allah is not helping me. See, Muslims, what happened to me, brother? Do you remember Prophet Solomon, brother? He wanted to have sex with 99 women. And then he forgot to say, inshallah, brother. And then after he slept with all of them, brother, all night, dirigum, 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 dirigum. Because he forgot to say, inshallah, brother, Allah give him half baby. Here we go. Allah gave me half you too. Because I forgot to say, inshallah. Even though I did boom boom with 99 Muslims. Every single Muslim he come to call me, he end with boom boom. He hit his head in the wall. And he deliver a baby. Yeah, that's what the hadith says. The guy, he forgot to say inshallah. Do you remember when I spoke to Mimi Hijab? I said to him, why you don't say inshallah? Maybe many of you, maybe you were asking yourself, why this guy is, what a big deal. I mean, this is what his religion is about. If you don't say inshallah, you cannot make anything happen. This is what they believe in. So the guy, he went and he decided to do jihad. And he want to have sex with all his wives, so they will have baby by the morning. Brother, the guy is set, that's it, you know, he want to boom boom. I mean, suddenly this guy, he can't wait. I mean, he decided to do jihad in one night, as if he never saw women before. And the companion, they said to him, brother, don't forget to say inshallah. Huh? But he don't want to say inshallah, stubborn. So the poor Prophet David, peace be upon him, brother, he was sweating all night, doing boom boom, women after women, women after women. You can imagine, if you are like in the porn business, just you know, think about it. A guy, he have 99 women. How many hours we have? The night. Before the morning, he have to be done. And look like those women, they will give birth by the morning. Look at this. Look at the hadith. This is Bukhari, brother. And you know what I like about the stories of Muhammad when he said once? Like, do you see, brother? It says once. Look, 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 look. Take a note once. So only once he did it. Okay, this night he forgot to say inshallah. What about tomorrow? And if this guy, he can have sex with 99 women every night, what do you mean once? So this guy should have like a billion a child. Every night he sleep with 99 wives. Look, so brother, Prophet Muhammad says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, once upon the time, okay, sit down. You sit down. You troublemaker. Stop eating candies. Okay? We are going to tell nice story. The one who don't listen, I am going to kick him out and will make him stand with one foot in the wall. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Once I told you stop playing with the gum. Don't you want to listen to the story? This is serious. It's for your age too. How old are you? 6 years old? Perfect. It's about boom boom. Aisha, she was mature at the age of 6. Once upon the time, once Solomon, the son of David, said, by Allah, tonight I will have sexual intercourse with 100. Look, Muhammad is decent. You see, Muhammad, when he is not sure from the number, he say like or, you know, like or. I mean, what happened? He's not sure how many wives he have. He's not sure he can have 100 or 99. So look, you see, because sometime Prophet Solomon, he can do only 99, to be honest with you. Sometime, depend in the food, he do 100. Sometime 101. This where it's coming like 101, like, you know, like 101. So the Prophet, he want to be like, you know, disclaimer, 99, 100, you know the thing, Joe Biden. So okay, tonight I will have sexual intercourse with 100 or 99 women, each of whom will give birth. This guy is sure. He shoot, the baby come out right away. Babies. You know, like what? So each of whom will give birth to a night. Like, what the heck? This guy will give birth to boys? There's no girls. I mean, this guy, he choose the gender too. 99 women, and they will give 99 boys. Oh, sorry, night. Mujahideen. Oh boy. Man. True story. All of them boys. Who will fight in Allah's cause. This guy, he have an army. You remember what Muhammad said about how big the army of David and the army of Solomon? All the way to Baghdad. And now he is caring for 99 kids. Anyway, for the cause of Allah. On that, i.e., if Allah wills. Okay? But he did not say Allah willing. The drama. See here, you see the mistake of a hero. He have the animation in his penis. He have the seed there. He have the energy. He have the penis ready. He have the women are naked. He have the bed fit for them. He have the time to do it. But he forgot to say inshallah. Drama. I don't know if you want to make a movie about it. He will be the winner. Between all the movies. And by the way, if you don't want Muslims to get upset from the movie, call it Amazing Truth Story from Prophet of Allah. This will make the Muslim relax. They want to throw rocks at the theater. They want to threaten to kill you. Just take it easy. They are peaceful. Therefore, only one of those women conceived and gave a birth for a half man. Hey, Muslims, I'm confused about this one. Does that mean that half of the man stay inside her and half of him came out? She gave birth to a half a man? He was a man. I mean, she gave birth to a man, but he's a half man. Do those people have a brain? And who dare to ask if this is going to be a true story or not? And brother, is that a Sahih story? Yes, Sahih Bukhari, brother. This is very sure. You know, this remind me, this is a long time ago. I used to be, you know, I used to be a Hindu. So in my previous life, I used to have 2,000 wives, you know. And I forgot to tell you, in my previous life, I was, you know, maybe, you know what? Maybe David in his previous life was a rabbit. Maybe Muhammad was a Hindu talking about rabbit. Even a rabbit, he will not do that. 99 rabbit in one night, you rabbit? You troublemaker rabbit? I mean, are you sure from the number? What the heck is that? Mr. Rabbit? Boom boom non-stop? Unbelievable. Can you use Zoom? I don't know what this Zoom is about. You see the problem, not all programs, they will let you speak what I say. I went to TikTok, I made it 3 videos, they banned me. You know, those companies are cowards. They are under the influence of the Muhammadan. But don't worry, I'm known to get married to 99 women. I will have sex with all of them in one night. Second day, I will have 99 Christian Prince Jr. They will open 99 channel on YouTube. And they will start debating Muslim. And then they will challenge Zakir Naik. And then Zakir Naik, he will decide to fight me. So he'll go and have sex with 99 women. And then he will give birth to 99 Zakir Naik. And then his 99 boys, Zakir Naik, they will go versus the 99 boys of Christian Prince. And then they will challenge each other. And the children of Zakir Naik, they will call the Christian Prince Jr. the kids, and they will say to him, I threaten you. If you're a man, and not like your father, tell me your faith. Give me your name. I am a person, I live in Pakistan, and I know everything. I am a scholar. And you know what? I am sexy, and you know it. And then the Christian Prince Jr., they will say to the children of Zakir Naik, Potato, if you are a man, call me. Stop giving excuse. Face to face, shoulder to shoulder, ass to ass. Just do it. Excuse doesn't help you. And can you tell me the numbers? 3 of them, they were 3, and their dog is number 4. 4 and their dog is number 5. 5 and their dog is number 6. What is the number? Call my number. 1212-000-1212. Idiot you. And you see the Muslim, they said, listening to Zakir Naik. This guy is genius, you know. The Christian said that Jesus said, I am the way. Brother and sister, all the prophets are the way. I think that Prophet Muhammad in his time, he was the way. Prophet Moses was the way. Abraham was the way. What the heck? And you know the funny is, later you will see a comment made by Muslim. They say to you, this is not the real Zakir Naik. They're stupid. They think this is Zakir Naik. You believe it or not, I'm making his voice, and it's still those people, they are trying to prove that I am. This is not Zakir Naik, brother. Crazy people. Do we have any Abdul? Yeah, Zakura. Zakura al-Farfura. The funny is, when this guy from Iraq, he told his parents to speak to me, and you see, I don't know, the drama. They want to spit at the phone, you know, and don't read from Bukhari. You cannot touch al-Bukhari, and you know, but they will not read. They will not listen. What a... This is what happened to Muslims when you show them the truth. Look, Palestine is quoting from Galatian. The Muslims do not know how to quote their Quran, but they are quoting our book. No, the funny thing is the guy, when I said to him, Is Muhammad dead? No. Is he alive? No. Is he now in heaven? No. Is he now on earth? No. Whatever I say to him, he say no. Do you fly? No. You don't fly? No. You fly? No. Can you do like one session? Hey, my friend, don't you see how long our session is? Every session have many sessions. Just download, cut it pieces, share it, do whatever you want. My shortest video is like 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours, sometimes 7 hours, 8 hours. And you are telling me about sessions? But honestly, the most funny person ever spoke to me, did not speak to me directly. It was this guy from Indonesia, the Christian Prince BMW. Christian Prince, I have a challenge for you. If you can answer those questions, I will give you 5 BMW. Christian Prince. And you know, I was so excited. Finally, I will get rid of my old car, you know, finally. And 5 BMW, I at least make 1 Range Rover, one, all of them, they are BMW. I mean, come on. 5 BMW, and the guy, he don't own a bicycle. He will give me 5 BMW. Anyway, Christian Prince, I challenge you to find me one verse in the Bible. It says that the Messiah, he said, I'm Christian. What the heck? The Messiah, he said he's a Christian? I mean, when those guys, they think about their questions, how long it take them? He challenged me to find one verse in the Bible. It says that Christ, he said he's a Christian. Solve this problem now. How in the world I'm going to win the 5 BMW? Christ is a Christian. Wait, can you find such a thing? Huh? You cannot find it. Too bad he died. Yeah, he died from heart attack. And you know, like those ustad in Indonesia, there's one of you, he sent me an article. I don't know, I forgot what it is. So somebody, he sent an article. He was asking the ustad, why they don't answer me? Where are you? You know, where are the sheikhs? Why nobody step up and refute this guy? So I think this guy, he was like, he got excited, you know. He said, okay, I know English, so I'm going to get him busted. But the poor guy, whatever he say, we made him shish kebab. It was fun. No, no, not In the Sun. In the Sun is from the Philippines. That guy is, that here is a joke there. That guy, every day he make a video challenging the Christians to call him, to debate him. Until I got into, you know, see his video. And he was so sorry. No, actually, I'm not happy for him that he died. I wanted to save him before he died. Poor guy. You know, stupid. He will go to hell. Him and the child molester. I don't mind anyone. You know, always. I open my Skype. I don't know who's calling me. If Ultimate Fault can call me, that's me. Anyone can call me. Yeah, exactly. The only one who tried to debate me, to answer me, not to debate me, to answer me, he died. No, I don't like Mercedes. Actually, those Mercedes is the worst cars. You know, people, they love names. But if in case you own one, you will see they will rip you apart. They will take your teeth in order to fix it. Never buy, you know, buy a donkey. The Buraq is the best, the one who fly all the way to the sky. Amazing reaction about the Quran. Yeah, but we need somebody his mouth is open. A Catholic reaction to the Quran. Thank you, Elisa. You have Mercedes. I feel sorry for you. How much money you spend for maintenance? They are bad, especially now. They are not made in Germany no more. The best thing about having an old car is the following. Once I left my car and I left the keys inside it and I left the windows open. I went vacation for 2 weeks. You guess what? Nobody even touched it. The window is open, the key is inside the car, and the car in the street. Who is going to steal it? It will be worry. I need to fix it. And this is the same car I'm telling you about when I used, like, the Arab people, they like to show off and they worship money, generally speaking, not everybody for sure. So like we speak about Muslims, how hypocrite, but there's a lot of Christians who are hypocrite too. So I go to a church, a Middle Eastern church. I go, I shake hand with the priest, I introduce myself. Second time I come, he don't remember me. Third time I come, he don't remember me. Nobody in the church remember me, as they are not exist. All of this because of my car. Honestly, all of this is because of my car. Those people, Middle Eastern in general, they worship money. They don't worship God. So if you are driving a fancy car, they will start shaking hand with you. Who are you? They don't need to introduce yourself. They will come to you, But I'm coming with a car in the price of a donkey, Nobody want to speak to me. I go like, I shake hands, like, hey, hello, hi, But nobody remember your name. That is the truth. And then one day, I went with a guy, he have a very, very expensive car. Suddenly, everybody want to know who I am. Yeah, we have a disease in the Middle East, they worship money. Money. Money, money. Yeah. From their fruits you shall know them. All right. Don't mention Sepharaz, he will jump now. The Golf wagon, G-Wagon. What is the G-Wagon? The Golf? My friend, I'm not trying to cancel my identity by having an old car, but this was I was able to afford. Don't think I was doing like I don't want anyone to know who I am, so I'm being humble. So I bought a very, very cheap. No, no, no. But this is the money I have in my pocket. Do you have any video in Arabic? Not many, but there is a debate between me and the Sheikh of the Shia in USA. His name is Hisham al-Husseini. You can watch it in Airbnb. I made him shish kebab literally, if you speak Arabic. Go watch it. The guy, he starts shaking his head like a lizard. I don't know if any of you saw it. Did you try to ask Saudi Iman or Sheikh? to debate in YouTube. So what we were doing for all those years here, we challenge everybody. Saudi, not Saudi, who care? I never choose who is going to call me. Anyone can challenge me, right? Story that run away from Moses, the rock. We spoke about many times. We don't know. We mention everything from time to time. If you have any Muslim, he claimed to be a cleric or a scholar, let him try. You know, let him try to contact me. I will not even need to know who is he. I don't care. I never ask a person for conditions. Muslim, they put conditions because they are trying to escape. Who created hell? What is hell first? 3:7. What is hell? Do you know what is hell? If you know what is hell, let me know. Because in order to answer you about who created hell, you need to know what is hell. So do you know? Yeah, you can search for Christian Prince versus Sheikh Hisham al-Hussein. This guy, he had many interviews in Fox News. Yeah, anyone get them busted, they will call him a Zionist. Any question? My friend, you know, who do not need to go to Africa to teach. Here we go, you are in Africa, right? You can invite your friends, and if you want to make a special class for a special group, I'm willing to do it voluntarily, and it's always for free. You can bring your church if you want to have like special session only for your church. And I can make a private YouTube broadcasting in case they want to be like private. And I can teach your church without going to Africa. Save the money and the time. What the difference between jinn and shaitan? According to Muhammad, genie is shaitan is a genie. So jinn is the kind of creatures which is created from fire and gas. So shaitan is a genie. Shaitan is not an angel. Like in Christianity, Satan is a fallen angel. In Islam, no. Satan was one of the jinn. And jinn are not demon. Demon are a spirit in Christianity. In Islam, jinn is not a spirit. It's a creature who is invisible, but he have a physical body, and even he can have sex with Muslim women. Hell is a place of sin? No. No. Because you cannot do sin there, that's it. What sin? Hell, to make it simple for you, you can make it a location, you can make it a place, you can call it whatever you want, But simply hell is you being left alone out of the mercy of the Lord, and you will be cast in a place where you don't want to be, against your will. Obviously, it's an evil destiny for you because you deserve it. So because of your evil, you go where you belong. Everyone who will go where he belongs. Those who wish evil, do evil, practice evil, love evil, their wish will come to true. They will go where they belong. So to make it simple, when we say hell and heaven, the fly go to the garbage, and the bees, they go to the flower. You decide where you go. So hell, because you said you don't want to believe in God, so you will not go where God is. As simple as that. You will go where God is not, and that is hell. Why we say God created heaven and hell? Well, God created everything. God created Satan too, but he created him as an angel, but he chose to be Satan. So God created everything. If you think about it, God even created evil, because when he created Satan, he created evil. But as I said, he did not create evil to be evil. He created angel to be angel, but he gave us a free will. In the same time, don't you believe that you are a free person? So if God, he forced you to believe in him, so you will be saved. You will be crying, you will be complaining, this is slavery, dictatorship. So God, he says you are free. Go ahead. So now what you are saying, you are complaining for you are being free, and you don't want to be free. And by the way, if you don't like hell, don't go. Maybe you have a solution. Ajaya, Christian, CP, Hinduism, respect Jesus as God. I don't know, my friend. I saw videos of a Hindu insulting Christianity, attacking Christianity, and for me, I had to respond to those who they do that. You see, for me, Christ is a red line. It doesn't matter who you are. You are a Hindu, you are a Christian, you are a Buddha, you are a Jew, you are, I don't care. You speak against him, we deal with it. You know what? What people who don't like Christianity, they say to you, well, God, if he is good, why he will send people to hell? Is that nice? Well, God, he did not send you to hell. You decide to go. For thousands of years, this God, he sent prophet after prophet after prophet, and preachers and people speak and etc. to tell you, if you keep doing this, you will go to hell. If you keep doing that, you will go to heaven. Then you decide to not to do this, and you do that. Then you cry and you say, why? I'm going to go to hell. It's your choice. Who was the wife of Adam's son? Which son? I mean, people, they ask questions really. Adam's son? According to the Quran, when the two children of Adam, Eve, she used to give a twin. Each time she gave birth to a twin, one boy and one girl. And then Adam, because he was very Muslim conservative, so he don't marry the sister to the brother from the same birth. He marry her to the other guy, you know, very conservative. So when the sons of Adam, they fought over the sister, because one of the sisters, she have a cross eyes. None of them want to marry the cross-eyes girl, according to Muhammad. So, based on this story, chapter 5, verse number 27, Allah told Adam, tell your sons to give me a sacrifice, and the one who I accept sacrifice, he can take the girl. So one of them he gave a sacrifice, which is a grain and grass or grocery, or I mean crops, and the other one he gave a ram. Allah accepted the ram and he rejected the greenery. Allah is not a vegetarian. So the one who Allah accept his sacrifice, he should marry the girl. The Quran never say who. What is the name of this girl? And if you want to read the details about this story, you can go to the interpretation, like Ibn Kathir or in English translation, chapter 5, verse number 27. It's a funny story. An additional stupid story from Muhammad, as usual. As you see here, the two brothers, they want to sleep with one girl, one sister, and the other one, nobody want her because she have a cross eyes. If you ask me, the one she have a cross eyes is better. I can go with her to take an exam, and she can cheat and tell me what is the answer with nobody will know, because nobody knows where she is looking. Cross eyes. Palestine, he is saying, neither flesh nor their blood reaches to God. Well, you are taken from the Bible, my friend. This is a verse from the Bible, but here you have a problem. As long neither their blood and neither their meat reach to God, so why your prophet lying saying that he took it to heaven? Isn't what it says? Allah, he sent the fire in the case of Abraham. Where the ram is coming, and why Allah is giving a ram himself, and why Allah is sacrificing to himself. Don't you Muslim, you say how Jesus sacrificed to himself? He's God. So Jesus is God sacrificing to God? This is what you say. So when Allah he sacrificed to who? To himself? Hadith is fake? Ah, it's fake. Yeah. The story in front of you, is that fake? It says here, Allah, he took the oath. What is this trick is about? If you want to give an offer to God, and if the meat or the blood of this sacrifice doesn't go to God anyway, so what's the point of this? Do you have an answer? Can't we solve the problem without it? Why we need to sacrifice to God in order to know which one is the one to be chosen? Any Muslim can answer? Why God, this God Allah, he need a sacrifice? You see, and the funny is, the Muslim, they say, that Christianity is a pagan belief. Why? Because they believe in sacrifice, human sacrifice. Human sacrifice, right? That's what they say, human sacrifice. But the Christian believe that Jesus is God, and they are not sacrificing a human to God. This is God himself coming to this earth. He knew that they will kill him. So the story is not about we are giving like a child to kill to God. However, when Muhammad, he stole a story from the Bible, and he accepted that Abraham, he wanted to sacrifice his son. Muhammad, he could not explain why the God is asking Abraham to sacrifice his son. And if this is a test to Abraham, that will not work, because in Islam they believe in destiny, and they believe that everything Abraham or any one of us does is already written. You know what I'm saying? If Allah, he wrote the destiny of Adam before Adam was exist, so there is no test. Do we understand? There's no free will. Do you remember the story of Adam? Adam and Musa, supposedly, they have an argument. And Musa says to Adam, because of you, we are out of heaven. Because of you. So what Musa is saying, that Adam, he commits sin, and because of his sin, we are outside. So Musa's, in somehow, he's right. And obviously Musa is not a Muslim, because Muslims don't believe in that. They don't believe in original sin. So look what happened now. Adam, he refuted Moses according to Muhammad, and Muhammad, he take the side of Moses. Sorry, of Adam. And Adam, he said that Allah, do you blame me for a fate written for me, an action which Allah he had written in my fate 40 years before my creation? So Adam confuted Moses. Adam confuted Moses. He repeat that 3 times as usual. Muhammad is a Trinity guy. So according to Islam, anything human being do is does by destiny. So how Allah is testing Abraham if it's a destiny? Palestine is saying that we assign to you a formal prayer only to distinguish those who would remain faithful. Okay, look what happened here, Mr. Palestine. I should block you for using this name. You are from Pakistan, yeah? You are the same guy. Look what happened now. Where is your text? I don't know what's wrong with this computer. Since it's not appearing in the top of the screen, I think I need to change the view. Let me see. Each time I take a screenshot, it goes somewhere, and I need to find it. Okay. Man, the screenshot went all the way to the corner of the screen. I know. All right, let's show you. Oh, that is not even this one. Where is the screenshot gone? Yeah, I still need to do some work with this computer. Desktop, let us see, we should go to view. Arrange by date added maybe. I cannot find his screenshot. Where it goes, I don't know. Looks like it's saving the screenshots in the wrong direction. Anyway, so Palestine, he said, change your name. This is the last warning for you. I told you before, don't come here with this name. That the reason Allah, he gave them the direction to pray is just to recognize who is a believer, who is not. But look what happened. Because Muhammad is stupid as usual. The Quran says in chapter 2, verse number 144, verily we have seen you turning your face or your head toward the heaven. He is like where to pray, which direction. So turn your direction toward the Qibla, in a place where you accept. The verse you gave me, it says just to recognize who is a believer, who is not. It turned to be that Muhammad was wondering where to pray. So which one of them? In the same time, the one who decided to pray to the Kaaba, it was Umar. Do you see it? Allah, he agreed with me in 3. Actually, there's some stories about 7 and 8 and even more. So who is the one who decided to pray to the place of Abraham? It was Umar al-Khattab. Hijab is from Umar al-Khattab. The divorce of the wives of Muhammad from the Umar al-Khattab. So the verse you gave me is just a joke, because we have a proof proving it to be the opposite. My Lord agree with me, and always when Muhammad he received a verse from Allah, it come to be exactly as Umar said. Read carefully. It says here, so the verse revealed as the same as I had said. Do you see it? Do you see it, Palestine? Now go change your name. So when the Muslim they say, we pray in direction of the Kaaba to know the direction or to know who is a believer, who is not, that is a very stupid reason, because do Allah need to recognize who is a believer or not? Continue. And if the Muslim they want to know who is a believer or not, they can choose any, Muhammad was praying to the direction of Jerusalem all the time. Wasn't that enough to make the Muslim knows each other? And why he was praying in the direction of Jerusalem? He was trying to be a Jew? He's a fraud. Yeah, exactly, truth. Actually, there's some stories about more, like 15, 16, 17, nobody knows how many. But isn't it Muhammad, he says, if there is a messenger, is a prophet will come after me, is going to be Umar? So Umar, Muhammad, he want Umar to, let's say, to cover him up. Because obviously Muhammad is taking Quran from Umar. And the funny is, the Muslim, they say, nobody can make Quran like Allah. And then we find that Allah is taking Quran from Umar. As you see, it says, it come the same as I said. Whatever Umar he says, Quran come as Umar said. So the direction of the Kaaba is from Umar. The hijab, I mean, this is the major thing in Islam. This is a major thing in Islam. So, and even the hijab, Umar, he was asking Muhammad many times to cover, order to cover his wives. Muhammad, he never listened. Until Umar, he started flirting about the ass of Sauda. Why Allah did not send the hijab verse, and he was waiting for Umar to flirt with the wives of Muhammad? And why Muhammad don't want to do the hijab if it was the good thing to do? If you want to ask questions about the stupidity of Islam, it's endless. Endless. Anyone have a question? The verse about Al-Khaliqeen, the guy, he said, blessed be to Allah, the best of the creators. Muhammad, he told him, write it down as it is. He said, but this is what I said. Muhammad, he said to him, oh, Allah revealed it to me too. This is why the guy, he left Islam himself. Yeah, exactly. All major things. The hijab is Umar, from the Umar religion. The prayer direction is from Umar. So what is left? And obviously, you know, Muhammad, he is scared from Umar. I mean, imagine somebody, he come and he flirt with your wife and he talk to her when she is doing poo-poo. Shouldn't this man at least, you know, school him? Shame on you. Why you are chasing women even when they are doing poo-poo? And what kind of a man he go after women she is doing poo-poo, and he said to her, we recognize you, Sauda. I mean, can you imagine how rude? Forget about being a prophet, being a companion of the prophet. You are just a normal person. You are going to visit your friend and they are Bedouin or living in a village. They don't have a bathroom. So they go outside. You saw the wife of your friend and she was relieving herself. Are you really going to say to her while she is doing poo-poo, we recognize you, Sauda? Can you believe it? How trashy this person is? You know, I cannot blame the women. She is just going out to do poo-poo. And later this man himself, he killed the daughter of Muhammad. He killed her and he caused his baby to die too. He burned her house. Those are the best companion of Muhammad. If you read the history about those companions, you will see that they are nothing but a bunch of criminals. Here you see that Umar, he keep asking Muhammad, come on, man, order your wives to, you know, to cover themselves. Come on. It turned to be that the hijab happened because of shit. It was a shitty day. Any Muslim? You don't get notification, go and subscribe to Patreon. You do not need to do any donation. I know most of you are cheap. I know you. But by subscribing there, you will receive notification from Patreon. Anytime I post, it's mean I'm going live. So you will receive notification immediately. Yeah, and Al-Fatiha. When Muhammad received Al-Fatiha, was doing poo too. But remember that Muhammad, when he do poo, uh, according to the Muslims, the earth open wide and swallow his poo, which is very unique actually. I tried that once. I was doing hunting, and I decided to do it, to leave it for the bear. So if he step on it, I can track him. It was like a very smart trick from me, Arab person, as an Arab. But no angel came to me, and he did not give me any verses. Don't worry about it, funny, my friend. I'm just joking. Don't worry. I appreciate all of you. The one who support, obviously, he cannot support. Do you see me angry and complaining? I don't. I'm a person who is happy to see people are learning and people they care, and the Lord is our provider at the end of the day. We are not the same as many. Before they even start, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to give it a like, don't forget to make a donation. We don't do that. I go live, I go offline, I don't say anything. Is that correct? From the time I go live to the time I leave, I don't mention any of this. Maybe it's wrong, maybe I should, because this people don't, people don't care really. I mean, some people you have to tell them what to do. But for me, I believe if there is a person, I have to tell him what he should do, I believe he will, he should not do it. Good things do not need to, somebody to tell you how to do it. CP, from where did I get your testimony? I don't have any testimony. What testimony? Somebody told you I'm the angel, or I'm a guy who have guns. I like guns. I go hunting. I serve in the army. I'm not a priest, my friend. I'm not. I don't claim to be a bishop or a saint or what testimony. What I'm a person standing for my belief against the cult of Muhammad. That's all. Very simple. I know there's many people, they have testimony. For me, if you ask me, I don't know what to say to you. What testimony? Or what I remember, like there is thousands and thousands of Muslims, they left with injury after debating me. Not physically, That is the only testimony I have for you. You are a converted? No, I'm too smart to be a Muslim for a second, my friend. I'm not stupid. I mean, how in the world anyone would be a Muslim? That's really horrible. A God who want to bring me, promise me big boobs. That alone will make me run away. I mean, I'm not going to marry a cow. Boobs? Big? How big? That is a beautiful testimony. You see, actually, my experience with the Christians is not really too good when I associate with them. I told you this one before. We used to go hiking, a bunch of Christians. And so when I go, I take my gun with me. And those Christians, they say to me, why? Why you take your guns with you? Why? Aren't you Christians? Why? I mean, and, I feel like I want to, and I hold myself, I hold patient. I know they are good people. They have good heart. Until one day, we were in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, and the stormy and the rain and etc. And they start hearing the wolves. Woo! And then suddenly, every one of them says, "You have your gun with you, right?" What? I said, "You have your gun with you, right? You have your gun, right?" I said, "Yeah, but I have one bullet with me." They said, what? You have only one bullet? I said, what happened to you? I thought guns are bad. So suddenly, do you see, how, so Christians, you have a wrong education about what make you Christian. So when they see me having a gun, for them I look bad, but I never did anything bad. So why having a gun will make me bad? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with people? So in the case of danger, suddenly you want the one who have a gun. And then second time we went hiking again, they asked me, you brought your gun with you, right? So now they learn that guns is something useful, but always they used to make fun. And I was being patient with them because, I don't want to lose them. I know they have a good heart. Yeah, but like, why you are Christian, why you are carrying guns? We're not going to fight with people. And I said to myself, like, well, how you know? How you know? I have a gun. What's your business? You have a flashlight, I have a gun. Yeah, a gun with one bullet. Oh boy. But this is how some Christians they think that if you carry a weapon, that's mean you are not a good person. In fact, in my eye, a Christian man, he should be always armed and ready for war in order to keep peace. Because peace comes with the strong people, not weak people. When people they see, when a criminal, he see that you are weak, the criminal, he would do what a criminal would do. You know what I mean? But if a criminal, he knew that you are very well armed and he can pay heavily if he try to harm you, he will avoid you. This is why, like when those liberals, they say in USA they are against guns, I laugh. Because you will notice in USA that cities and states which is guns are forbidden to carry is where the crimes is. Go to Chicago, go to New York, nobody can carry guns there, but guns is everywhere and people shoot everywhere. So this is where the criminals they flourish, because only criminals can have guns, and the good citizen, poor guys, they get killed. Anyway, yeah, and Jesus, he said, the one who don't have a sword, go and buy one. And by the way, the priests and the churches, they don't quote those verses for you. Have you ever shoot people? I don't know if it was shooting people, it was shooting a chicken. I'm not sure. I do not need to tell you, but I was in the army. How to refute your Quranic facts. Yeah, it was funny when I told them I have my gun with me, but I have one bullet. You should see their faces. Why in the world you carry a gun and one bullet only? People are funny. The smell of those flowers are really nice. You kill one soldier of Solomon? No. Did you go to military training when you were younger at home like Israeli do? I don't like to talk about myself, but I can say I have good experience with weapon. No need for details, which details will not help you in anything. In the Middle East, life is tough, is not easy, and depends where you live. But most of the Middle East is very horrible. Especially, these days is even more horrible. uh, kidnapping, rape, child kidnap. If they knew that you have money, they would kidnap you and they would ask for ransom. If you search right now, kidnap in Iraq, kidnap in Syria, kidnap in Egypt, kidnap, you will not believe it. Well, we are not taking calls. We said we are not using Skype. And already we are here for 4 hours. And I exceeded my limit. And I should put a timer and set a timer, and that's it. So we don't go more. Anyway, the one who want to download this video, you can cut the part where we stop talking and then like we change the topic, and you can redo it again so you don't waste your time. Don't all Christian follow wanton earning of good cause. Must Christian don't send for the cause of Christ. You know, my friend, it's okay. Life is not easy too for many people, and I try to give people excuse not to more than like give them the opposite or hard time. God knows the heart of people, the one who like to help. This one at least is coming from his heart voluntarily without people asking him. If you want to push people, you know, like you see there is many, they claim to be Christians, and you will notice obviously they are doing a scam. Like now, call now and donate so you can receive the blessing of God. You know, like you go to heaven. It's the same as Muhammad. If you donate to me, you are not going to heaven because of that. I'm just letting you know. If you donate, you know, you are just supporting a person doing something right. How the Lord will look at it, not of my business. But you cannot bribe God. This is a Christ. This is not Muhammad. So in Christianity, you know, like doing good is supposedly being you as being a good person, not because you want to go to heaven. You know what I mean? So this is why the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. So the fruit is something come because you are a Christian, not because you are going to go to heaven. You do fruit. Those who do donate because they want to go to heaven, obviously they did not donate yet, because they are donating for a reason, and the reason is not them being good. The reason is to bribe God. You know what I mean? Like a person, he sees somebody hungry, so he decide to give him, let's say, $10. But he did not give the $10 because he felt bad for this person. No, he gave $10 because he want to do good deed to God, so God will take him to heaven. So now God, he knew that what is intention or the purpose of your donation is not really to help this person. It was just to help yourself. It's like buying a ticket to heaven, right? That is that work in Islam only. It doesn't work in Christianity. You help a person because you love to help, because you have a good heart, because you are a Christian, and your fruit will come automatically. Good tree will give what? Good fruits. But you are not giving the fruit because you want to go to heaven. The fruit is coming from you for the good inside you, not because you want to lie to God. And actually, you know, these days you do not know who need. In USA, I used to give, you know, little money to, I see somebody homeless. But then I noticed that homeless these days are young men. They are strong, they are healthy, they are smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer, and yet they are asking people for money. So when I see people like this, I will never ever help them, because if I help them, I'm helping to smoke and to drink. I'm not helping them to live better. Like you see, if you go to a country like Philippines, you know, I can like understand that somebody is poor, but in USA, uh, it doesn't make sense. And especially, I was talking about, you can't afford to buy a sandwich. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of jobs, and you are young, and even if you are old, you get like Social Security. There is shelters. Uh, I mean, this in USA is way easier than being like, if you're in Philippines, who is going to feed you? People live under the bridge. People live inside. I saw children sleeping inside the tire. You know, the car tire for the trucks, big trucks. They sleep inside the tire. There's no place for them to sleep. So if you want to help, and this is my idea, if you want to help somebody who's poor, well, help the one who deserve it, not somebody who live in America and he is 6 foot tall and he is 20 years old. Go work. Go work. This country is not a poor country. Help the one who deserve it, and not everyone deserve. I remember once, I forgot which city. Anyway, I bought 2 sandwiches, and I saw a guy, and he looked like old, not that young. So I gave him a sandwich. You believe it or not, he threw the sandwich at me. I did not even look at him. He was sitting in the ground. The sandwich is brand new. I did not touch it yet. It's still in the case. So I put the sandwich next to him and I keep walking. And then something hit me in the back. I look, it was a sandwich. He hit me with my sandwich. And he said, I take cash. I do not need your food. He take cash. Yeah, he hit me. He hit me in my back. He threw the sandwich at me. He want money. He want to buy, drugs maybe. He want to buy a cigarette. He don't want a sandwich. What he would do with the sandwich? Cash only. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yesterday we made people wait for long, and today we are covering the long they waited. شحاد ومشارط خطية. Yeah. And since then, I look at them differently, in the West. In Germany, I was walking with Amir, Amir, brother Amir, and there was a girl. She is blonde, sitting in the ground, and she have 3 empty cans, and each one of them she have like a card, like a cardboard, and one of them says for my weed, the other one for my beer, the other one is for my food. And people donate. People give money. I would never give money for this girl. She's young. She's European. She is German. And yet she is begging for money for weed. People really stupid. You see, if somebody really she is not even lying. She's saying she have a like a from box, or she wrote in it, for my weed. This one for my weed. Here for my beer. Here for my food. So no, sorry, not food, cigarette. You can ask Amir, he remember maybe more. But imagine She want to know, you are donating for what exactly? Look at the decency, you know, for my weed. And there is a guy, he is a good person. He walk, he say, oh, this woman, she need to buy weed and she cannot afford it. Man, I need to help this woman. My good heart, I cannot see that. It hurt. Then he take money from his pocket and he put it in the empty can for her weed. And now he helped her. He helped her to die. You know, we should make, actually, I should make more programs, or let us say, more life about drugs. Because drugs is really, really horrible and killing a lot of young people. There is a city in USA. If you watch YouTube, you will not believe it. I mentioned them before. Crazy. I mean, the whole city is doomed. There's a guy, he keep posting videos. He lived there. He keep posting videos about this city. Very, 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 very sad. And you see those, like, you know, Joe Biden and those Republican or Democrat, they keep talking about right and wrong. I mean, are you blind? Don't you see what's happening? Don't do those people see what's happening in those towns? Look at this. They send billions, they send billions to countries who hate us. And look what happened in their land. This is a city in USA. Almost all the city, by the way, they are atheists. They are supporters of the liberals. Drugs everywhere. People, they are zombie, you know, people literally zombie. Look at this. It's hard to believe, but it is reality. It is what it is. Did you see anybody speaking about it? Did you see Joe Biden? Did you see, you know, look, this woman, she is walking naked in the street. She have no clothes, you know, they cover her with the video. Drugs, guns. And you know, those drugs is not like it's not even a drugs like, you know, the cocaine, like this is the drugs will kill your brain. You cannot fix this person. That's it. Like they do rehab. Those people, you cannot fix them because this drugs will destroy the brain. You will never go normal. And a person who is 30, he is taking those drugs, he will look like 70. Look at this. What these drugs will do will make you like you stand in the street and you are in a different world, and then your head is down or your head is up, and you stare for like hour, 2 hour. And you will not see a scumbag who call himself senator or congressman saying we will do something about it. They go blind. They are worried about the health insurance of somebody crossing the border. You know, they are worried and they defend the human right. Go and see your citizen, what's happening to them. Look how they are sleeping. Look at this. Can you believe that this is in USA? No. Drugs is not less evil than Muhammad himself. It's just another way of Satan to kill. It's just another way. And you need, if you have a children's, I advise you to show them those videos. And there's many, like in YouTube, you can, or in Google, you can search for what drugs can do to you. Show them how their faces change, how their look change, how they get old so fast. So a young child, he will really get scared from even trying it. Don't wait. If you have a children's, don't wait. Tell them from a very early age about the ugliness of drugs. Don't wait. Akash saying, is it mandatory to read entire Bible to understand which moral Lord want us? Well, there is some verses where Jesus says, like, love to your, to your neighbor what you love to yourself, and that is the law. But this is, like, we can say it's a summary that about loving others will summarize everything. However, the more you know, the more you can judge better. Do we agree? So if I know more about the teaching of Christ, I will be able to judge better more. So I advise you to read the whole Bible. The Bible is written for a reason, and it's not written to be a summary, because if this is the purpose, then they will write one sentence and they will say worship God and love your enemy, and that's it. We are done. And there is no need for the rest. So obviously the rest is needed. However, God is love, and God never fails. This is what the Bible says. So in order to understand that, you need to understand how you can practice such a thing. What it means God is love. God is love. What does that mean? You need to understand it. You need to go deep inside it so you can live yourself through it. Like, how many of us, if somebody said one word for them, we don't forgive them for a century? Your wife, she speaks something to you, you make a big deal of it, or the opposite, or your husband. So God is love. If you love a person, you forgive. You forgive because of the good of you, not because the person deserves it. Some people think that you forgive a person because he deserves it. But, this is not really what love is about. You forgive because you have love, not because he have love or she have love. Because of the love inside you, you forgive. So forgive so you can be forgiven. When you ask God to forgive you, and we do sin, all of us, and then you don't want to forgive to others, so why God will forgive you? And remember, if you forgive somebody for something did to you, doesn't mean he is forgiven. No. He might, leave justice to God. Leave justice to God. He will judge. So when you forgive, doesn't mean the person is set free from his crime. The crime he commit, let us say there's an extreme bad he did to you. The person, he will pay for it. But when you forgive, you free yourself from the pain and from the hatred. So forgiveness, actually, it's for your benefit. And love is to be with God. Yeah, forgive to be forgiven. When you forgive, you deserve to be forgiven. When you feed somebody poor, you deserve to be fed too. When you give, you deserve to be given. What you do to others will be done to you. Uh, you know, some people, they want to read the Bible and they try to read it as if it's a book like somebody talking about reading a fiction story or something. Well, those fiction stories are written to make you excited, right? It's an attracting you to read it. The purpose decide like why you cannot read. Let us say he's saying he cannot read one chapter in the Bible because your purpose is wrong. If the purpose is entertainment, then for sure the Bible will not be the entertainment. If your purpose is education, if your purpose is history, if your purpose is faith, so depend on your purpose, you enjoy or you don't enjoy. You know, like if you are a person who love skiing, you love skiing, and you take a friend with you to a mountain of snow. This person, he will be cold, you know, and there's nothing for him to do. He don't do skiing, so he have no interest. But for you, it will be fun. That is the place you want to be. You love skiing. So the purpose is what make you enjoy or not. So you need to learn about your purpose in life and why you do things. Republican can solve the problem in USA. Well, most of the Republicans, they are bad too. Just 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 57 Republicans, they voted for gay marriage. 57. So they call themselves Republican. But in fact, they are not. And actually, if this party continue doing this, I will stop voting for them too. 57, not 5. You see, for me, I believe a Christian person, when he vote as a Christian. He don't vote for a party. Vote as a Christian, don't vote for a party. So when the party stand good for what you believe, you vote for them. They don't, you vote against them. Should we forgive people who did something ugly repeatedly? You see, I cannot school you and tell you you should or you should not. And I cannot ask you to do more than what you can handle. And I believe the Lord himself, he don't ask you to do more than you can handle. But I believe it's for your benefit not to carry hatred inside you, because hatred, anger, then can even lead to violence. If somebody is repeating hurting you, why you stay around them? Leave them. Go away. And if they are doing, you know, violent, whatever, protect yourself. You have the right to defend yourself. So you loving others doesn't mean you are suddenly anybody can beat you. If a man he beat a woman, call the police for him. Never hesitate. Why not? You deserve it. Yeah, you see, talking about forgiving is not easy. I mean, talking is cheap, right? I mean, I can talk about forgiveness, but me myself, I can struggle with it. But I know that when you let go, it's for your benefit. If you know, you live better. You live longer too. You will be more healthy. The more anger you have inside you, and the more the memory of the bad things will keep coming, because you cannot forget, you cannot let go. So now you are being punished by yourself. You are punishing yourself. Because every day, you remember it, every day you are living the pain. Just let go. When you forgive, you let go, and you live better. Try to find a better life. Um, there is always every problem has a solution except hatred. Hatred, especially if the hatred is living with you for long, then you yourself, you will become that hatred. You are not a person no more. You are just a hatred. Because you cannot get out of it. You dream with it, you sleep with it, you wake up with it. Then you end, you are hatred. Uh, and again, talk is easy. You know your balance, you know your life, you know how you are. Every one of us is different too. Some of us, we have a problem with controlling our anger. Some of us, we have a problem to controlling their mouth. Some people, we have less patience. Some people, they have way more patience. And all of those things, they play a role in your life. So I believe that a person should practice to look at his weakness, where he have weakness. Let us say you have a weakness in patience. You get angry so fast. You can practice patient. Like when somebody speak to you, somebody made you angry. Let us say a family member, something around you. What about you teach yourself to think before you respond? Like say to yourself, I'm not going to respond. I will listen. I will be quiet. I will think. And then I will respond. If you try to do that, and if you are successful, then that can really solve the problem. Because most of people, what they do, they react to an act. And the reaction will not fix it, especially if it's a reaction of anger, will make it even more horrible. If you think before you react, I am sure it's going to be 100 times better than reacting before you think. But most of people, they don't think, they react. We live by reaction, not by thinking for the action. Yeah, they go to the prayer room to sleep, not to pray. It's an excuse place to sleep. Yeah. Take a nap. Uh, once I have a friend, he asked me to, to be a judge between him and his wife. Things is getting bad between them. So I went there, and the wife, she said, he drink coffee, he leave the cup in the coffee table. He, he drink tea, he leave the cup, and I told him 100 times, don't, So anyway, and I was looking at her, and I was looking at him. He gave the excuse, she gave the excuse, and I come to the conclusion that both of them, they are really not telling the truth. There is something more than coffee and coffee cup, and what the heck is this? I mean, is it really? Those people are almost going to divorce because he leave a coffee cup on the coffee table. Is that really the problem? So I told them, I think this is always an excuse. You, both of you are looking for it. There is something more. I don't know what it is. He did not tell me what it is. Maybe you don't want to tell. It's up to you. But all of you just said to me, it's just a false excuse. Don't he used to drink coffee before and leave the cable when you married him? So what happened now? Don't she used to whatever, you know, the excuse he gave about her? Nothing changed. But now because they are looking for excuse to fight. So they are looking for anything. And this is what happened when love is out of the house. When love is in the house, he leave his cup in the coffee table. Okay, honey, don't move. I will do it. Take it for you. Don't worry. Same for him. But when the love is gone, then they are looking for an excuse to fight. And many of us, we lie to ourselves, claiming that we are angry because of an excuse, but the reason we are angry is something totally different. And maybe they aren't even brave to talk about it. So the fight become about a coffee cup. You know, like when a man, he first time he met the woman, he opened the door car for her. He moved a chair for her to sit in the table. You know, she called him honey, he called her honey, whatever, you know. And then after that, what happened? What happened exactly? So here you see that when you want, you can be extremely kind and forgiving, very forgiving. And when you want, you became extremely harsh and unforgiving. So when, you know, when he is engaged, he go and he buy her expensive gift. When she is his wife, he shout at her for not buying from the dollar store. What happened? How come at that time you want to buy expensive gift and now you want her to buy it from the dollar store? Something changed. You see? Something changed. And when something changed, and that is love, is gone, then both, they will find an excuse. And this goes for anything in life. Even people who give me donation, as an example. You know, I don't take a side with anyone. So if somebody speak about a church and he is not telling the truth, I go against him. So some people, they want you to speak something, to say something, fit with their agenda. If you don't, they will send you an email that says, I'm not going to donate for you no more. Like I spoke against Putin, right? I have many people, they decide not to donate no more because they like Putin. And I said, no problem. Thank you very much. But I will say the truth. I don't care if your donation, if it's coming or not. You cannot buy me. You cannot bribe me. I mean, how many children he killed in this war? For what? And they are Christians. So there's many people, they claim to be Christian too. But in the same time, they live hypocrisy. In one hand, they say we support you to stand against evil, which is Islam. But when other kind of evil, they want to support the evil. So what kind of a Christian you are? And that, you know, this is an example of many things a human being. He live hypocrisy in his life. In one hand, he says something, in the other hand, he do something else. If I get him married, I will invite to my wedding. I don't like to attend wedding. You know, once I was in a restaurant, and there was like they took a part of the restaurant, and they have like a wedding, you know, dinner or lunch. It was lunch, I think. Yeah, so like, you know, after the wedding, they brought their relatives to the restaurant. They took part of the restaurant. There was a guy with them. He's a photographer, and he was giving cards. And in the card it says wedding, baptism, engagement. So he go around in the, you know, and he gave card to people, and he gave me a card. So I look at his card, and he says, "Sir, if you need, call me. We do baptism, we do wedding, we do engagement." So I said, "Don't you do divorce?" He said, "What?" I said, "Don't you do like divorce party?" He did not get it, you know. So, you know, people they need a photographer for a wedding, right? They need a photographer for engagement. Have you ever heard of somebody need a photographer for divorce? Those who seek divorce, the day they get divorced is like heaven for them. Finally, they are free. So how come you spend money for a wedding, which lately is going to be your jail, which lately you are going to spend a lot of money to get out of it? You bring a photographer, you buy a cake, you invite people when you are getting married. What do you do when you are getting divorced? So I said, you know, it doesn't make sense that people, they do all those things, but nobody do divorce party. So, you know, human being, he always fool himself with parties and happiness. And sometime what you think is your happiness can be your disaster. And what you think it's your disaster can be your happiness. So, you know, people judge by occasionally, not by the result. But sometimes the result can be very, very harsh. Uh, yeah, I want to do photography for divorce. Oh boy. I have no time for all of those things, TikTok, etc. I tried it. It's okay, we can do, no problem. 50% property and house. Yeah, we were responding to the Hindus. We respond to everybody. It doesn't matter who. Take a note. Marriage is a jail. Well, you know, depend in how you see. The problem is that people, when they speak about marriage or they decide to get married, they don't even know what marriage is. So the problem will happen if you are a person who do not know what marriage, and the woman you are marrying from or the man you're marrying from, he himself or she do not know what marriage is. Most of people, marriage for them is they have a crush on somebody and they decide to be with this body in the moment, but there is no reason really to be together. It's just a feeling, you know. They don't think carefully, and they don't study it carefully, and they don't test each other carefully, which means, do you know how this person acts when he's angry? You do not know. Do you know how he is when it's about money? Did you try him? Because people, they are different, they have different character with different situation. So before you reach the point of marriage, you have to examine the person. You're not examine him because he is lying. This is not the purpose. But you examine how he deal with life. Real-time life. Not somebody meeting you in a coffee shop or inviting you for a dinner. Real lifetime. So you have to examine the person, and then you watch carefully, you try to get the truth carefully, and then after you receive very good information about how he really live, you can decide. Like a man, a good man, if he is not good with his mother, he will not be good to you. If you don't care for his family, he will not be good for you. If he is rich and he have a brother is young and he is poor, he cannot afford to go to school and he is not supporting him, he is not a good man. The Bible always gives us the sentence, the golden sentence, the diamond sentence, the priceless sentence. From their fruits you shall know them. This person who you want to marry from, women or man, they have history. Check their history out. Check their fruits. What they do with their family, what they do with their friends, what they do with people around them. How useful, how evil. If somebody you want to marry because he is successful in cheating, successful in scamming, successful in being politically correct, hypocrite, like a person who speak nice to the boss so the boss will increase his salary. This person, he have no future with you. All those things is a reason for divorce. Marriage is when you say yes to someone but forget this is a no to others. I'm not sure what do you mean. Yeah. Spoke about Muhammad in a confidential, confessional manner with my Muslim friend. Now I never talk, answer me. Should I continue? Well, this is a decision you decide. I don't know who's your. You see, always when you speak to people, you decide where is the good limit, where you stop, where you continue. Because you're in charge of driving. Never tell a driver how to drive. That will cause him to have an accident. If you don't like his driving, either you go out of the car or you drive yourself. So you have to make a decision about how you speak to them. All right. So now what we will do with this video became long. And now we have to cut it off. Or maybe we have to delete it. I don't know. I don't like them that long, Who's going to download 4 hours video? Divorce is the work of the devil. Well, we don't want to blame the devil for everything. You made a mistake. That is the devil. Yeah. You made a mistake. Don't blame the devil for everything. You, she, here, they did mistake. And you see, always divorce happen because there's no love, not because of the devil. So if there is really love, as we said before, people will never divorce. See, when you love a person, even if he's bad, you will never divorce that person. Even if he's bad. Because you love the person. You don't even see he's bad. Don't you see, like in the Middle East, they say, a child in his mother's eye, even if he's a monkey, he look like a deer. Why the monkey look like a deer? Because she is a mother. She loves her child. So even if you are jumping like a monkey, even if you are acting like one, even if you are a monkey, your mother, she love you. Therefore, she don't see you as a monkey. And this will go as for a spouse, male or female. If there's love between them, They will not see the fault of each other. They will not see it. Even if it is there, they will like avoid it. Even it's in front of them, it's big, it can be seen for everybody. For them, it's not there because there is love. So the problem is that people, they are not knowing what is love. They are not mature enough. Most of people, they do action, make decision because of an attraction, physical attraction. The woman, she is beautiful, so he have attraction for her beauty, not for her. The woman, she sees something in you as a man, and that attraction is going to make a decision about marriage later. But that attraction was not involve love. Maybe it was a physical, maybe it was financial, but no love. Muhammad is a son of who? Well, the Muslim, they say he is son of Abdullah, but there is no confirmation of that. Because how he is a son of Abdullah, but Abdullah will go to hell? Slave of Allah. I chose the wrong person. And maybe he chose the wrong person too. You see, when you say I chose the wrong person, that means both of you choice was wrong. And the question is, why people they choose the wrong person? Because simply you made the choice not based on love. And when the other things appear, the love disappear because simply it wasn't there. You know, once I saw a guy, and he don't look good at all. I mean, he look really, I mean, nothing look good about him. He's not handsome. He's not strong. I mean, nothing about him is unique. I mean, he's not smart. Physically, he don't look good. His face doesn't look good. Talk, he don't know how to talk good. Work, he don't ever work. There's a woman, she's crazy about him. And I said to myself, amazing how life is. This woman, she is really in love. For there's nothing about this guy. There's nothing. That physical attraction, no. Intelligence, no. Education, no. Money, no. And she is really beautiful. Here you understand that love is involved. When a person he have love, he don't see the obstacles. He don't see the ugliness, or if we can call it like not good looking, or not educated, or not rich. She love him. For her, he is her prince, you know. For you, she's stupid. For you, you say to what she saw in this man. Those people, they are married and they are happily married. They are happily married. They are fine. They are doing great. You know. She like him. He's simple. He's very simple. He have no education. He's not good looking. He have nothing, you know. But she like him. She love him. Uh, So people, when they go into decision, they go for the wrong reason, and they end in the wrong ending. Anyway, I saw a doctor. She is married to a taxi driver. She's happy with him. If you think about it, they don't match. I mean, she's a doctor, he's a taxi driver. But he's good for her. What is the reason you don't want to get married? Who said I don't want to get married? But I'm not going to get married unless I'm sure. If I find a woman, she fit for me, and I fit for her, then why not? That's not me who decide. See, marriage is not a shopping. You go to stores and you start picking. This is what the Middle Eastern they do. The Middle Eastern, when a person he become an age of marriage, as long he is stable, he have income, etc., then his mother, she will start bringing him pictures of neighbors or suggest names, and this girl and this the daughter of this guy and etc., their family, blah 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 blah. So it is something they do because they believe it's a must. For me, I believe it's a must of happiness if it happened. So before you make such a decision, you have to be 1,000,000 times sure that you are not to do something stupid. Because you will pay heavily for it. And as you see, because I am, single, I can stay. Here we go. It is 1:37 a.m. I can stay. If I have a wife, I cannot leave her alone. Even if she is nice, even if she don't complain. But can I stay? Can you leave your wife alone for 5 hours? That's not even nice. Even if she is a wonderful person. And she understands that you are doing something important, to teach, etc. But you cannot do that. It's not right. This is why when the Lord he speak about his disciple to stay without marriage, it was for a reason, because they can serve better. If they have a family, they will be busy with the family. Can you help me to understand the difference between Surah 113 and 114? But what do you mean by the difference? What is exactly there is something specific you're trying to focus in? Both of them is about fiction. If we open them, this is why they put them after each other, because simply the Muslims believe. Let us go to the screen. This is chapter 114. Based on the translation here, it's teaching Muslims, like, I don't know what the word in English. In Arabic, we call it ruqya. Like, like when they write a paper for you and they put it under a pillow, and there's like a magic and a spell, and okay. So this verse here, or this chapter, which is not a chapter, it's just a few verses, is speaking about that shaitan, Muslim, they should seek protection from Allah, by Allah, from the evil of Satan. And this Satan who like give ideas, bad ideas. And those ideas are given to genie and to men. Now, if you go to number 13, 113, you will see how the Satan work. The Satan, he will give ideas to people to use witchcraft against you. So you say the same thing you say in chapter 114. I seek refuge by Allah. And here, the Muslim, that they are speaking about that something will happen from in the daybreak time. This is based on superstition. And from the evil which he created, which is Allah created. And here, the evil, here actually translation is very false. وَمِن شَرِّ غَاسِقٍ إِذَا وَقَبْ. This is about when the penis he stand up. So what happened, if you remember Muhammad, he complained that he was under black magic. And because of that, he could not have sex with his wives. And his wife, when she come to ask him to sleep with her, his excuse was he cannot do it because he was under black magic. So Muhammad, he seek refuge by Allah from the witchcraft and the evil of the witchcraft and the evil of when the penis is horny. So Muhammad, he is claiming here that the horny penis is a problem, and if it's not horny, it's a problem too, because somebody did black magic to him. Here the translation says, from the evil of the darkening night, as it come with the darkness, or the moon as set goes away. In fact, this is how not to do with it. I can show you even the reference, the Muslim interpretation about the penis. Let me show you. I will give you a link too. This is Islamic interpretation. Because they might say to you, this is a lie. So, oh, my keyboard, I cannot use my keyboard for now. My keyboard is not typing. Let me see if I can fix this keyboard now. Open keyboard. Here we go. So we choose this Arabic keyboard. It has deleted and a different Arabic keyboard. Okay. Okay, let's see this one. All right, let's try this one. I changed the keyboard. You know, when you choose in the computer, let us see. It's working now. Very good. I have the reference, but I want to show you like of something official. So the Muslim, they will not say it's not true. Right? Let's see here. All right. This is a Muslim website, and I will use Google Translation to show you where you can find it. This is the link. It's in Arabic. However, I will use Google Translation, and I will show you where to find it. So here, this is the hadith. This is the book. From Ibn Abbas. He said, hadith number 2517, and when Allah, he said, من شر غاسق إذا وقب قال هو قيام الذكر. So here, if you translate this page, if you use Google Translation, you will see it says, when the penis stand up. When the penis stand up. And then here, other translation, other interpretation from Ibn Abbas too. He says, when the penis get in. When the penis get in. So as you see, the Muslim translation have nothing to do really with the meaning. Let me use Google Translation now. So now this is the green remembrance of remembrance. Well, the translation is really messed up. Like here, you see, the member, the male member, the penis, when it enter. When the male member, when the penis enter. The translation is not coming good. And this is the other one. When the member, the male member, stand up. The translation is coming really bad here. Very bad. Yeah. But if they speak Arabic, they can read it. And if they want to deny Ibn Abbas, then there's no point of talking to them, because Ibn Abbas is the cousin of Muhammad, and he is the highest in Islam. The same في تفسير ابن عطية, تفسير بيان السعادة, تفسير the book of القاموس المحيط, which means dictionary. It is the other book. Here we go. This is more official. This is the book. It's called القاموس المحيط, the very, very important dictionary for the Arab. Fairuz Abadi, very number 1, page number 137. Let us see إذا وقب, where we can find it. Here we go. Here it says, ومنه غاسق إذا وقب. This is exactly what is written in the Quran. And the meaning of it, when the penis, I'm just trying to use the nice word. Here they are using street word. When the penis stood up. And this is what is mentioned by Al-Ghazali and Ibn Abbas. And now if we use Google Translation, let us see if the translation will come right. Yeah, the translation is really messed up. Yeah, see, translation is not even coming. It's not even translating the word. Yeah, because those words are not normal for Google to, to translate them. But this is a very well-known Islamic dictionary. Let me use a short link and send it to you. So anyway, both chapters is about the evil of Satan, supposedly, and about witchcraft. Both of them is about witchcraft. But as usual, Muhammad, he always, claim that anything happened is because of black magic. Anything he do wrong, he claimed that it is not his fault. It is somebody doing black magic for him, and he is the victim of it. It's just a way to come with an excuse. Clear history. Let us see how we can go here. Oh boy. I'm trying to make a short link, but those short links are horrible. Let us see this one here, this website. Okay, I made a short link for you. You can open it from your side. Yeah, left hand, right hand. Hadith is full of those things. Yeah, how his hand, two hands are in the right side, and he have, maybe you have three hands. Why not? It says. Does that say says? No. Why is going to be a problem? You see, because the Quran is a book doesn't make sense. You see, in order to understand this story here, you have to understand how it happened. But the Quran is a stupid book. So suddenly it says say. But obviously before that there is something. Do you agree? Like right away say. So all the Quran is stupid. However, most of the Quran doesn't say. It just go to the conclusion, and it goes to what you need to do. Verses 1 does not say start with say. Which verses 1 doesn't start with say? My friend, the verses in front of us. This is 113. This is 113. And this is 114. Both of them it says قل. And this one says قل. This is 113. This is 114. Here we go. Here it says say. Right? And now we go to verse number 113. Here it says قل. I don't have my Skype, and I'm not going to use Skype no more. Not my, I cannot really take any call reading. So I don't know really what you mean. That was not, I'm focusing in 113 and 113 for start with say, where S1 does not start with say. What is S1? What is the S1? Is that verse 1? I don't know. If you have a question, if you want to say a sentence, make it full. What is S1? S1? What is S1? Yeah, I wish I can take your call, but I don't. Simply, Muhammad here is claiming that he have Allah, he delivered to him those verses, and those verses can protect him from and protect the Muslims from the witchcraft. Surah 1. What is Surah 1? What do you mean by Surah 1? Do you mean Al-Fatiha? Do you mean Al-Alaq? What do you mean? And why that is a problem? If he says say or not. That is not really any reason. This is Al-Fatiha. And there's tons of chapters in the Quran. It doesn't say, he say to you something. He says, say, if it is not Allah direct speech, in my understanding, correct? Okay, well, I got your point here saying, if Allah is saying to him, say, this is not Allah direct speech. No. The Muslim, they will say to you that Allah telling Muhammad to tell them, say. Tell them. But, you know, somehow you are right, because isn't it all the Quran is about you say? All the Quran should be about you say, right? But in the verse, what it's meant supposedly, that if you say those words, you are protected from the witchcraft. So say this, so you can be protected. So Allah is supposed to teach him, Muhammad, a magical words for the sake of protection. If you say them, if you repeat them, you will be protected. So this is like a way to get away from the magic. Say those things, you will be fine. You know what I mean? So if you say those things, you can be protected from the evil of the black magic. So when he is saying say, he is giving him the medicine, like take a pill, you know, take a medicine. Say this, and that will help you. You know what I mean? Because both of them is about the evil and to protect yourself from the evil. So if you say those words, they will provide your protection. You get the point? But as you know, if those things will help, then so why Muhammad he have witchcraft on him? And why Allah did not give him the witchcraft solution from the beginning, so nobody can witch him? Yeah, it's a superstition, and you know, if you are a fool, you believe in anything. Like, you know, the other one, where it speaks about the knots, the 113. The Muslim here to try, like different translation, each one of them you have. But here you notice it's speaking about blowing in the knot. And then you ask yourself, what this verse have to do with this verse? And what this verse have to do with the verse before it? So, if everyone he invades somebody, he can harm somebody by blowing in the knot, imagine what will happen to this earth. You know what I mean? Is that how easy, you know, just to blow in the knot and the guy is bye-bye? That's it? And if it's so easy to protect yourself from the knot by saying those verses, then how those knots function? Just say those verses. And why I need to ask Allah to seek refuge to protect me from the knot and from the evil of Satan, when the Quran says that you have no authority over my good followers? You know what I mean? Do I need to ask Allah for, if Allah he said to Shaitan, that you have no authority over any of my good servants, except the one who follow thee. Chapter 15, verse number 42. So this is contradiction for both of them, because already Allah protect the Muslims from the evil one. Did you see it? So why I need to ask Allah for protection from the witchcraft, which is coming from the devil, if Allah in the Quran chapter 15 verse 42 says, you have no authority over my good servant except the one who follow thee. So shaitan can only harm those who follow thee. Allah saying in verse 5, Allah is saying, thee alone, we alone worship, and thee. Yeah, we mentioned this one before. Yeah, the whole chapter doesn't make sense. This is a prayer Muhammad he made to copy the Christian prayer, our Father out of heaven. And even the book of Ibn Mas'ud, Quran Ibn Mas'ud, he don't even have that chapter. He don't have Al-Fatiha. Thank you, Noe, thank you. And thank you, Solomons. But you see, this verse alone is enough to prove Islam to be stupid. Because if evil things can happen only to the one who they are following shaitan, and then Muhammad, he died by poison, and he was under witchcraft. When the woman she poisoned Muhammad, was she sent by Allah or sent by the devil? I will leave that question to the Muslims. You need to search for it, Quran. So I don't know. You have to search on the internet, because I don't know. I don't know if you can find it in English. You see now there's the most popular. Like you see now they are publishing this. This is the one published by Saudi Arabia and adopted by Saudi Arabia. But before there was many Quran. They are different. But when the Saudi became so rich from the oil, they put a huge budget to print Quran and give it for free. And they send Quran everywhere around the world. They spend billions of dollars. And most of them they end in a toilet seat in the sewage. All right, any other question before we go for today? And now I have to cut this video. It became so long. Do you hear the rooster? It's the morning already. Unbelievable. And yesterday I did not sleep good because I was fixing my computer. Abdullah 113 and 114. He did not know it was part of it first, but when later put it in the Quran, there is a Sahih narration where he said, you should recite 2 chapters of the Quran. What do you see? I mean, this is a very confusing religion. There's millions of hadith or statement, and each one of them is different. You see, when Umar al-Khattab, he said, the Quran was 1,025,000 letter. And today we have like, I don't know, 270. And then that's mean we have more than 80% of the Quran is gone. More than 80. So we don't want to like waste our time about those verses used to be from the Quran or not. This is what they have today. It's better to focus in what they have, and what they have is stupid. How the Quran says that Shaitan have no authority over my followers, he cannot harm them, and then Muhammad, he admit that he was bewitched. So how you are bewitched? And Shaitan have no authority over you. When Shaitan, as an example, he throw satanic verses in the mouth of Muhammad, correct? How he was able to do that when the Quran says, Shaitan, you have no authority over my good servant. If Muhammad, he have no if Shaitan, he have no authority over Muhammad, then Muhammad should not receive satanic verses, and Muhammad should not be bewitched, because he been promised protection from his God. And the condition in the Quran is so clear that you have no authority over my good servant. So who is the one who will be under that authority of Shaitan? The one who follow thee. In this case, that's mean Muhammad, he was following Shaitan. Otherwise, Shaitan have no authority. The 1,270 letter hadith is agreed as mawdu'. Well, this is, if this is true, if it is mawdu' as you say, then you Muslims are mawdu' too. Because why a hadith? It is not accepted, it's in the book. So instead of you are refuting us, you are just spanking yourself. If a hadith is false, and then you Muslim, you put it in your book, who is stupid here? And who is going to believe you? Do you see the stupidity? I know, I find the intelligence of Muslims, you know, I mean, it's suffering badly. Either the Quran, either the Hadith is a book, can be trusted, or it cannot. What you are saying to us, that your Hadith books is a joke. And based on this, that nothing in Islam is protected. And here we go, feel free. Give me the verses of a breastfeeding for adult. Go ahead. The hadith is wrong. Give me the verses of breastfeeding for adult. I will be happy to see it. I will publish it, I will print it too. You cannot. When Aisha, she said that the chapter of Al-Baqarah used to be equal to the chapter of Al-Ahzab. That's more than 100 something verses is missing. What we can do with that? Just one chapter. Is a very damaging. The Quran says Prophet died 3-4 years later. In Quran 5:6-7 it says we will keep Muhammad alive until he complete the Quran. Well, obviously the Quran never been completed, because when Muhammad died, he said to Umar and he said to the companions, that gang, bring me something to write for you. I will write for you a book, which after that you will never be misguided. Is that correct? Let me find the hadith. So if the Quran is completed, then what Muhammad want to write? And this is the hadith. And what you will say now? It's a daif. Anything is stupid in this religion is daif. Like your prophet. This is Sahih Muslim. Muhammad is dying, and he said to them, bring me a document, I will write for you a document or a book. Actually, it says in Arabic, kitab, a book, not a document. After writing it, you will never be misled. And the Muslim, they refused to make him. Umar, he shouted at him. Do you see it? So if the Quran is completed, Muhammad, he claimed that this is the book which is the most important. Do you see it? All the hadith is daif, Mahdi. Mahdi, just take a hike. Anything I will show you, you will say daif. Okay, you are daif like your prophet, and Islam is daif. We got it. Get lost. Is this one daif too? The Quran never completed. And you Muslim, you made fun of your prophet. The guy, he is a prophet of God. He is dying. He said, I will write for you a book which is extremely important. Look what he said. Which you would never go astray. This is how important it is. You will never go astray after I write it for you. So if the Quran is completed, this is what this is about. What Muhammad will write. And now we will say this is da'if. Again, this is Sahih Muslim. This is Sahih Muslim, authentic. Da'if, no da'if, yeah, da'if. Yeah. This is Sahih Bukhari. Da'if, this is da'if. Akhbari da'if. Everything, all the stories in the Islamic religion, da'if. See? This is Al-Bukhari. Da'if. What you can say. Not only that, they start making fun of Muhammad, that he is mentally ill. And they said he is, he is hallucinating. He's stupid now. Umar, he said, قَدْ هَجَرَ الرَّسُولِ. The Prophet, he lost his mind. Do you see it? Is that da'if too? Yeah, it's da'if. Because it's Al-Bukhari. Al-Bukhari is da'if. What about this one too? This is Al-Bukhari too. This is a different one. It's da'if. Anything is da'if. And by the way, the Prophet at that moment, he was very da'if. He was dying. And it's proved that Muhammad is a fraud. And if Allah, he is with Muhammad in the moment of death, why he made Muhammad say such a statement in the last moment of his death? Why he waited for this moment to write the book where he was yesterday. See, this is al-Bukhari. You see how many times this hadith repeated? Daif. It is daif. And by the way, this story here proving that Muhammad, he knew how to write, how to read, because he did not say, bring me a scribe, so I will tell him what to write. He said, bring me an inkwell and a document so I can write for you a book, not a page. So you have a lot of things to say. All of this is al-Bukhari. Look, this is Bukhari. Look how many number. What you will say, daif? All of this is the same hadith. All of this is al-Bukhari. The same story. This is Sahih Muslim. This is al-Bukhari. The same hadith. So you Muslim, you repeated this thing 1,000 times, and this thing alone is enough to prove that there is something wrong with this religion. He could not finish his message. Right? Yeah, it's time to go. Actually, I'm very tired because I was working on my computer all day, and I am getting daif too. See, here we go. Christian Prince is getting daif. Hello. Not only Muhammad was daif. Don't you feel daif now? You will sleep. That will be better actually. That will make me sleep really like dead, which is very good. Daif. Yeah, this is a religion. You know, the unique thing about it, anything is an embarrassment. Right away they escape. They think they, you know, it's like the ostrich. You know, ostrich when the wolf is attacking, you know, because she's a stupid bird. She, you know, the bird put his head in the sand, thinking that because now his head is in the sand, the wolf is not there. He's unseen. You know, he's now unseen. What a stupid religion. Yeah, the timing is wrong in my computer actually. It is already 3. Anyway, I did install the computer today, the software. Anyway, I want to say, guys, thank you very much for being here. I hope we have a good time. And the video now is too long to keep it. I don't know what to do with it. We will see. Maybe I will cut it pieces. Maybe I will cut it like for the first 2 hours and then cut the rest. All right. So I want to say thank you all for being here. May the Lord bless you. And until we see you soon again, Christ is Lord, and God is good, and Muhammad is bad. And we prove it every day. Take care.